Order.
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Masi du ka chu legislative building is public of Dakar ni Toledo. Dutsen is you take care of the tours bookings, but the most importantly is the public gallery. You see then is get it you see the again da you got like that the case the as public. Masi colleagues that do keep on there not Chile. Orders of the day minister statement. Minister Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, DJK Yellowknife Airport is your Senate. That DJK see County is the COVID on it. I see the good legal like that. That the Mr. DJK County see Megatin Dandy. Mr. Speaker, the Gotli on it. The China Danaja do the Gotland Day is the Bell Helicopter 2019 is the Make is the Aerospace Kesiga 2021-2022 with that. The is la without cold weather testing at the own light arm helicopters. There are 40 pilots, engineers, support staff, Tracy Yellowknife with the Niginit. $2 million condition magazine la. Nizani the hotels, car rentals, office space, got a local business. Haron that get daisy do they go to daisy car the health is the KC order target. That onshore logistic is you. Yellowknife than a First Nation got the Gila the Korean aerospace is Gotagin di Aji without the hourly the KZ the Gotli the KZ testing at the year. Katu Mawana Hite the COVID-19 pandemic. Yellowknife see car Konezu ageti the KZ as all the KZ without the hourly the testing. Not the government, not Zaniki, Guago say, TJK, Teotiago. Mr. Speaker, it is you on the COVID-19 the KC Gazanda airport travel the K. That is the KC Gazanda need 91% out of the Yundi because denied the K I need the camera and that's go to 2020. A coup Saudi Sagot AC the Ozi County April December go AC gets at it then. The Ozi Kago the airport see staff management see go target in the go in the Tazo the COVID-19 the cannot hunt the co. In COVID tesi the Kazim is the Honda Kagucha Dutz and Wotan as Rossi Gulia Gucha the staff and passengers take. That is the Karigoto cause the two the March 1st case. Dutz and they see the others had and get there to the Gotland days. Mr. Speaker, did the other Nezu at the Leazago? Did the runaway lightning take 2021 October you won't go in there. Did the see the airport the signal at our road the Keade. Condemners on the other Nezu make out any day as you got about it here. Is it a sugar and dazzle duty to the guarded educator are wrong. Not that the airport Casey, but the plan is he got under. Down the summer logia. Got you the Casey Condini, they come made easy, Raganata, got the shooty candy and that sashi candy. The Lacatu got the easy la candy, Raganta, the go. Mr. Speaker, GNWTYZFC. It's a Kesegalaganda, the public, because I mean stakeholder checking the federal the song by sea, the other methods at the Indonesian. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Masi Minister. Minister of Health and Social Service. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Do see DZK recruitment, got the Dandi Gonazugot and DZK social service staff the case here. Do they see la car Condigo holding 20% on the Kuti 19 Legislative Assembly Honise. Until the COVID-19 pandemic, the other Mejehonda Gulia Guchatu Gonazunas and they are wrong Canada, you the Tute Gotin day. Staff, Department of Health Social Service, got the Health Social Service authorities. Hutli Galagin that DZK. Adi go ageni, they're going to Zua go ageni, they do take Gotlin there. The Aron Tanesi Condesi got the Guite, Union Workers the Keshu, got the Chu, got Sanet and Amica take. Got the same as you out in it, the Canada, you going to Zugot and DZK, I see. Mr. Speaker, the Tara and that Tara any day, Magaita on 2021-2024, they gonna Zagut that they may plan it to April day. And that quite that are she, Megaleo, Gunezu, say, or to take out in there. A seat long, the condition at the Tezeke in Daukis, in that sign there. Modatiam. Handicla Tauze Chuzeke, a CC Condisi, Galata Zeki, Gargetania, Uzil Tila, Tanesi Condini did the program Latina Hoti, Tenakara Azeke, Jitu Dash Condi Quagon at Tezeke Cotton Dasgo. Gota Chutika Magatanda, two Gotetaco Dizeke, Conezucos and Dizeke. DZK la metati, Zoom got and DZK has seen. Aron a CC with the program says he. You also tatan the gala Tazeki Kandi Modati, do got the Himikation Gala Diane. Is she any day car, Aron the staff has seen, Kandi Galagi Tezeki Gazanda. Make you reach your staff has seen like the Tia say got out the Tiatate. Tandigo Galai Tiny Day, Nezu, the other Gonazo with Hitler to let the Gonazugot and Dizekation, Tazogo de Gide Koni de Katule, Nezu, the Nesiko Tazaki with Zaiti. Mr. Speaker, Jessica McCurdy, not into a to the Gotlin days, he can't digest, not the Gojo, the Kesi Gazanda. Jinadigo Josi Galaki to Tesi Whitley Diote. Sasha Galaki Whitley Shuti, Tanahe, Kikin, Kandioka, Kowaiti. Is Finance Management Board issue, Labor Market KC issue met the policy target. Is Jitasi, DC Natigo Josi the KC, Kandigo Nezugo Waki, taking the Kakandiko Gundi. Department of Health Social Service, the Kandi policy scheme, the Metehonda Tanate was I did the Kizimura Tiazar John Kotlin Dale. Mr. Speaker, I did the Kekathit Lai Silla DC 2 staffers in La DC Tigo Metal the Arli Nitsen, is Yagathit Yazon staffers in a Hegalaganda. 하겠대. 디간디 제케진베 세니 다니오 labor market settlement policy JWT 제케지 이 OUNW 세고 쪽인데 아주 디제케가 간디고 뒤가고 뒤래 아지올라 세게 짜게딘 디제하라 다조서 세자고 되고 상디래 윤다가 갈라갈 전다 저공 디다이 UNW 제케시 상디라시카 고 나자겐 디아즈고 온디 Mr. Speaker, ko sana si shuga zanta di staff 제케시야 디티나가를 기때 제케하기때 카미교리 중앙고 아시리가 뒤와긴디 고제 데라자 오는하게 되시 디제케시가 있다 아주 스타프 제케하미리 하나기 데지제케요 고 간에시 토고 자고 제구이때 디제케야 다디네 자시트야 고건 디제 혼에다 디신의 중 뉴니토 액션 플랜이니토 디티고야 티제 하다 이제 the Registered Nurse Association 뒤대고든데 있는 외제계가시 아존시다 오전 연다디게네 타다 아지리고 아다다 아시오고 그랬어 The reporters in Gandhi 가진 라인이 되면 고사고 적어서 디아둘레 에타운티 아지제요들의 아지제니제 계신 둘레메 따가라 전다 제케인다니 제추 디제케해 간디 제케지 갖고 뒤다 디시 스탠드 연 라이프시 유가 전다 with a special nursing 타타제추 프로그램 RNC 고 잔디 registered nurse 고 잔디 에타운티 시가라간다 에타운티 둘레용고 자간디 에타운티나 티고조기 리제케 윤다니 자고 가니 데티 프로그램시 메타데 아다젤리아 둘레 윤다니 자고 가니 데 칸디시 코네자고 테제케네 세갈전 다데니 자데 테고틴데 칸틴데 조사둘레 네주 뉴지 아이엔 다 메타드네 추이시아 로 스타프시 마시코디시 the NWTL Social Service Systems 고세슈 the Health and Social Service Leadership Team 이제주 아론자 계시나히 가우테 계시 마시코디티 고세테 고틴데야 마시 Mr. Speaker Minister Statement, Industry, Tourism, Investment. Mr. Speaker, 두천에시 tane khandi kezeleze kesi khatu khiga gochen mekegalaita masienese duchene esi masigudi tiana inda mekegalaita ze kenya ze chu kamekyori cho Northwest Territory sesi tukeze teze kyaro Canada yesu huti kwa bucha the COVID-19 ze honda $210 million is economy ga holding the 120,000 visitors on. Under the COVID-19 ze honda na de ga ya gucha the tourism ze kesia. 3 million ya yun da tu te ko tin de ge si ni zeni o na de ni je ze ke tourism ze ke. Ta ti ze ke ni de Northwest Territories business se si ka di si the staff is Joshi Magakota due the pandemic the case Hulia according to Tulane Zagozelin. The other shoe then get the Lezeke license gaita or the organization to the Gotlin Degi. Tourism, Chambers of Commerce, Kayan DC, the Kenigi Linde, Massacre, Kenognesia to the Gotlin Day. Because the NWT Tourism was the office, chief public officer, see, it's legal again, Dada doing basic Chicago to work at each year. Because the shoot the Kane, they weekly again, the at the COVID-19 zeke on Telecoa Calamendadi, it metaze chuta kind of card night in the Jadule. As on the 17 million the purchase Tazamic 2020. A Kukagucha. Itatu the contractors see the others on Banyagidi go Saudi. Nakiji Kesi Gaita to the Gotlin Day in Dane Zhatıé commitment see the choose Manitno. The Kesi application see Dashiati, with the Honda, there are 2 million on Basala. The Dandi killed the Adandi in Dago and New Atake at the Teashu. She issued the tourism, Kozaiti, any day business casing, JWT, Kosana Syria, again the resident readiness strategy. Tizakama, the Honda, Rontanesi, gets a lazy massicurity, Kozakute, Kozako, County Yard. Mr. Speaker, the tourism, a case got on that, Tia that the pandemic then. Kahuti Tatagalat in the indigenous government got the community government. The other one Libico Galat in that. That is the Honda Sigata in that 2025 Megati. Mr. Speaker, the territory scene Megatan da is a weekly Galagan Dagan go to the Galagan da, then a song Galagan da, that's a he said that Kizigatan Dani Day, and I get actually the Diagalagalagan that Duke Chicago to Hiki Galata. I said they would get Diakandi Niginio, the two working days the Kizigatan Dani then. Dutsen any day, Mr. Speaker, Northwest Territory Tourism Missy Mega Marketplace in Danichia de Massi. Massi. The March 1st si gazanda, dice che sia indica, tutte ne si gazanda, dice che indite, tutte, a Ron si gazanda, li tutte ne si, NWT si, che magazanda o chi gago te si, ti a Ron te che si, ita tonlandi ta cosere che te che ti gazanda. 6 ans télé, il disait que, à Ron de Kizimorati, en disant, Mr. Speaker, il tout est ici, car, disait que si, machine c'est, que c'est ici quand il n'y a pas on dit que c'est gazant. Tout, machine, car, machine c'est agit que c'est gazant. La megaïta a go, disait que de l'Aïti. Kagodia. Dicha the quente che ta county la da quante a county new thing was a ketaka. Dia ronchi magazan down, mecanita, due to that do see the case wanda. Ka, sago the si county si got in that, dizeke, gazanda, dizeke, magandandi. That the nation continue the OCG Gagana Tazago, Dizeki. Tazo the nation, they Katil Kodesi, Kandio Ka, Yogo get Tata Zagandi. Kagondia Galatan down the Dizeki, Tanazeki, Kuzati needed. Kachi Sumeto goes to the children, Ka, Magazan down, Dizeki. That Dizin condition, the Kesi Gatan Dani de. This was gone. That is wasn't. Candigo, Sir Tisi was a Karushi. Say Kewandi, say Kenati, Tizekation. Got a set, say the Gatti, Tikandizeke. Say Nezati, Tedacha, the Nazanezucala Akati, and in the Nezani, Massini. Mr. Speaker, the remote work policy Zekesi, Kandi Wokokin de Zekesi, a wrong Kota Zekesi, and the Serto Onike, 디제케고 가르신 디제케시가 윤디 단에때 가고 자 굴리하고 차 디테네가르기 때제케 나는 슈테 라디와겐디 나는 슈 가깔라게티 라훌레제 혼에다 타 단디하고티 해시메 가고 따디 policy 제 혼에다 아지 제 혼다고 디시 멘다디 과진 다디네즈야 간디고 시메나이니세 디 아프제케라 타고차 코타고라 철제케시 데네시 가고 또디라 라디와겐디고 제 양라부자게자 이시라 단디다고 디시면 다디 과이 다니데 네즈와나 세아디아 롱 프로토제 Minister, Taideke, Dizeke, Note, Yomo, the Kayatia, Dizekego, Kago Dizeke, Da Megatunda, the policy the Kezi, Hutli Yedetini, Degoretin, then Zako, Gala 229 employees Nagalagite, Iziteke Danet Ode, Izi Odazaka, dear Galagi, Tuliti policy, the Honda Gute. 다음에 가전 다니데 힌데네 주간에 세티 간지 제케 힌데디 휘티 모나리세 디제케 사윤다 사인다 가이 다니데 메가전 다니데 네즈야 힌다 몰란데 제도테나 타게티 에스티온달레 나히나 호 제사도 되고 딘데지 야다 되고 라고 아즈고 카케난디 레카곤 디구 아고테 간디오구 리다구차 다이지테케 디아존 policy guidelines 혼자 후티코 다시가라지 대신 Yellowknife only kedende 후티코 고세고디 디아지테케 원라이니스 대 어제 다이도 케네 디제케니 대 Minister Finance 마신 Haver South Mr. Speaker, the treatment center siuku in the Undita Zegata, tutte kotlin degega, is your Lahi Yalahi mo good deonde, ese. Sezeke, is Yigatanda, esi, DC la ka, esi metihadati addictions programs antion. That is Mr. Speaker. 예시메 짜증디아즈고 programs 추고 고전데아 다운디 고네즈고 아자케진 디칸디제케 카젤레아니데 손 바사자니데야 이야존레코 칸디고 디제케시 가전 다니데 다운디아젤레제 케지가고 따즈고 뚜테고 틴데가 손 칸디지 application 이즈니라 treatment center 예시 간디 때네 간디 나가라기 뒤지 쾌가지고 자즈고 고 코그니 따즈고 디제케 지주가 전다즈고 다티 간디 제케니데 듈레테네 간디시나 자겐 디니데 듈나 타나게데 안디오 카곤디레 디제케 다 Mr. Speaker 디제케시 간디시가 전다니데 네즈와디 디제케시오 이타 간디아우 다 디제케시 라 칸티니데 에테고제 디아즈고 디제케오 다 디칸디 주가전다 government시 칸디시 가간 다니데 에디 디슈자 고게 타니에서 와즈고 고제 디제케 칸티니데 카 메가네즈 아젤레아조드 데고틴데 다 Mr. Speaker tutte kotlinde je kezi khadi khacha legani de thanie go chesa la khina ke sala zgo na khi gaw ni khisi jeke na khya la tla zgo guja si klian den de masi Mr. Speaker Yellowknife North Tutsenes have dara. Ajon teke restriction, tourism, ajon kenanitia. Hey, masinese. Conesa Tennessee County go idea. Tisa Conasi near to that Tizekisi Kagontini de Megacusene to let Tennessee County la Haganata Lago La Helagani is a case to Tajocotin de Kesia. Massi Tenacandisi la Zata getting deduction. A season and Daddy Cagoti. Tis a case. Kotakadachu, Kotandi, Tiazoteke. Masi, Esi, Tennessee County, board members, Tassi, Tikagotisi, Masikoti. Ochono stars like I Kagot in the Masi. Dizekesi Razanda, Otiti, Siu Zeke, Detsigi Zeke, di la Mac Tang Kang Tang Maina Godesi, Izeke, do Izeke 1962, 2015 Metade Tongoza, Izeke North American Diago Tazin La, June 2015 Goza. Ekesini Tagin Waguli Zeta Tatsechu, Cantigo Jimagatan Tazago, Mecani Tati Somba Zekedeco, water license you. I had the government Kuwagi Neo. Is a Kela Rola Simen Tadiquat in Tarat in Land to take out in there. Tis a question. That is a case you got on Tazago, Macazan at Tazaki. Tanete son Basana Chat. It's the son did and day with the Cattle Ledeco, Tanatela Nacha, Tizeke Gazanda. Tizeke Moiti as on. Jesi, Tizeke Condisila, 2.5 million there, some bow Tatagechu. Is too good Lizeke and Eki Tizek. Gaita as go. Because the government was a good federal government Tizeke. A season, me, Sella, is go. Quei Azeke, Jasuile the Tugu Giagiti. Tanete 17,000 Ukogi say you can't do the case in Tadiquagida. GNWT, 7 consultants is Tiquinte. Jagin Lati Yukon government was a 2 days 80 and Tadigagina Tazekea. Handini de Tule Gagana target. GNWTC is a K2 Sati Gago de Gagati. Dizekesio can do now lately. DC la 140 kilometers like on 700 kilometers road. Tajiteke gatan dani te down di la gute. Da asiteke si la disiteke kotlaza se la koti contaminated size gucha. Megazan da. Some minister died Kennedy Industry Tourism Investments ke dizekesio. Tandine Zoom, take a Tiago Kagu challenge, Zeke, or Karishin and the Masin.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements, member for.
The Eta Tiwo Guinde 2021 Zeke, Simmets service Zeke. The Minister Justice died Deke, Dizekeo. Dita Ti down the Nehiki de Dizekeo. Can you get us a Telaguidele? Tati Eta Tizekeo. Down the Latine, take it in Dizekeo Metzeguinde. Can you Dizeke and the main estimate the KC government North Territories SC? Assisi County Gaganda. Police service ke tu te kotlin there. Ka 2 million order saki teki with the jiteke. The Iona ko sanaki, Tandi Galagi te ke Gazanta is your tele. Eta Tizo Jiteke la Dandi ko seni 1,000 Jitek. He 8 million, Iteke la Dandia, the Goga Dandina get Tezeke to take kotlin there, is you Gazanta. tia ronza keji kon de geji tutena de keji magatan da zong dang dia go galaganda tia ronza ke di ron son ba si de go lin de da ti ga se la ni de dang dia la ma ga zna ta go ze da zhen dang di da zhe yi ze ke di da ti ze li ze ke ga ni de dang dia ne zua ze la li tu de go lin de Some good and the ministry of Yogindi did the Ketatio. And Digo Tauti the orders of the Kizin, Nizwatin Lowry. I didn't did that Tilona Tatinas at the only Zuanita to the good in day. I did the Kyoto to the guy Yanni. That's Antidasi Mecanita on Magaton that got a Nizunian one in the Zuanasin. Did the Kia. Maganta. 2 weeks ago, a coup you go cooking the Casio to take out in there. Is it at the Nesitake, a CEO, Candian? That is a case, Mentadi gets a lot. Tina hit an 8 leases the case. As she got on that. He, Hooty, a tati much go Gallaghan Takin is a lady, Titana Kagada as a case. You also did 2 hours of the city, hold it down. A tati Kageti. Do me got on that. A tati a case. I wrote an Agadesia, Gozagan Diagetiana. Amiagi Daisy Zekeko. Candida Tizekesi, Nizunuti Azeke Tatizeke Gadi de Se Estiaza Leazgo. Cotazan is Josa Cokesa Lazgo on Tandigora Tizekesi. The common Gurasho, the Tatizekesi. A sea government got the country serves the Kesia. Public government, a Dishua, and Dizzy Gatan Dule. Tizeke, Cotentin, Nezurgua, Metamete, Nezu, was a go, not a minister that you can't Tizeke and you must.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements, member for Mumpui.
Thank you, Masi. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the Housing Corporation Customer Service. I am speaking on behalf of my constituents.
The Gusene Selatu, Quenzeke Dazaman Hute de Co. The Housing Corporation is here, Candisio Gusene Dizeke. The Nesigo Jogan de Azon Dizeke, Mr. Speaker. Ka, Uti Nagosajana Henau Dizeke Ganide. The Nesi. Sonlandi go take a lady than okay. The Dinan Disago Joginde, the Housing Corporation Tech. Cantigo Okisi, Kagogiti Koja Karasi, the Clegate Garnikiti, Ijiwago Siadesi. Tantidala, the Candisi Teki go take it a clean day, Housing Corporation is in. 고체하게 인도네시아 아시아 고체게 돼 당지야 고체겐데래 이제게 다키 간디디 클레다조하게디 이따지데 계시디 온다기 데디오 데네오 키제케시 에탄디달라 간디고게데디 고체단데 하우징 코퍼레이션 이지간디 고체 고게데디 고체 간디시 가전다 디테네시 간디시 깔라 go on Chineta Gozazan Diazago Dizekeshu, Mr. Speaker, the Housing Corporation Tech. Diazon the Kezi Candizi Gozeki the Tlesi Aji again. Gozeni de Yagagan died in Nezua. Dadi Dizi Kandi Gaganatandi. Customer Service Standard, the Sigatan Tiny de the Housing Corporation, the Gagatile. Ijikam Kurdish. 디간딘데 조산데 주가지고 와시우지 아제케 간데 이 하우징 코퍼레이션 네중 아긴라 에테게나 짜라고 저긴데 아니데 네주가일레 간디오 가고 잘래 이지다 뒤간디고 다티제케시 아론 다시 슈칸디고 게드렌디 히고 산에 아론 타네시 타운디야 Mr. Speaker, the order sa at the Liazagon, the Housing Corporation, Kotamoti, Kotami, Ojoken, the family, Sikotatas and the Anidendi. It's a yaudi, the Yamatata Arne, the Zekea. Dan is Zoom, Katin landed, the Tule, the Quago again, the Quake, the Cow to the island, the Masin. Not the minister that you can.
Member statements. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, FASD is similar to trauma in that it changes the way a person responds to the world around them and how they fit within it. People with FASD require some of the same supports as a person who has experienced traumas. Mr. Speaker, there is limited research available about FASD prevalence and even less research available on parents.
Megmoti loko twega to akandisi mikundi zeki yike asiko gago zene tiako di jiji zeki mogusene. Dugo ti sadi digo zaza la ko kego. Yamida go zandi zeki yugo kego wade. Izeke. Andende doza tiziko tizi dugo gago zene tende tizuta wago gene tiatule tizekeo. Iji waga rishe nesendi. Tizeke isi. The Tanak Zekura Zagan Diazago, Gozagan Diazago, Tizekasio, Goti Yaguti, the Kadi to Tara, Gotane Tezekende. Got any day cargo zata than Diju, not say it was go. Mendadik is a lot, Tade Koni day, is a Kiratanda. Okunda to large a Kyoto and a Kandisi to take Gotin day, Dayate, go Gojiko, Tizu, Gotazan Diazago. Kugli da shu kugli make it then the ani de go jisi kugat and a tiny date than a contiguous josi to go zagendi. Is a ke that is a kegako tiny tennis to go and listen. Jisi and DC do the cotton dennis no one denizwa. Got out the ozande is the ke. Kulia was a leas go. A town the new the art a kegani dendi. Got that you. Say 80. Now, nearly thousand or so the President was again the machine.
Statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Decho. Machine, Mr. Speaker. Do Biomass Energy the Kyo said to the Gotland Day. The NWT Housing Corporation KC is 2,600 unit quota. This KC here. Quota a raw fuel target 9 million ozone. Ita this biomass wood pellet boilers any day is you can't dig out and tiny dennis or anything. And they take care here. Tikan dashi la ka school kagin la dizeke for problems that kandi di tekwe adi nyugini. That is a housing corporation see editi. Sigo line said the housing corporation zeke kwa lagete se contact 2038 zeke OM zeke zigatan dashi, she may chi yiguli allegati, He quite dozela, internet la tagonde de Tikago Chani de Otidila Nugget dear. Yagazanta. Ta can't dizzy gazanta as a go on dizeke. Ta dizeke cantian. Ta dizeke cantini de ka Magagota Kutini de Biomass Kisi gazanta to the cotton dea. Ta is the kaketi. A Tesi can't dizzy gazantani Dene Zhatıé. Kitinle. Ita do Kesi Kalamega report hule. Ita is the Kesi gan, Azantani Demelanise, the department seke. I see in Tanigini London is one. Nakika Romacodicho, this Kesi has seen a child, the Tumo Gosesi. Kala Sombata de Chion, the Kamacodicho, department Chicago Kyogizo, this K. Tayat Argulia Godan, the other Kamakurash. Ita Mr. Speaker, no Dene Day, the Ministry Housing Secretary to Canadian, the Masin.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce today, I've got my auntie, Miss Celine Proctor. She is a government service officer and works for Department of Executive. I also have my cousin, Miss Tammy Proctor, and from Fort Good Hope, and also my brother, Mr. Randy Kakwe as well. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Satu. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to acknowledge my wife, Betty, who's here. I think she's very excited to be here today because she told me this morning that it's very exciting that she gets to come and watch her son, RJ, today. And she asked us to be nice to him. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member
Me gallery Yagadeti Tekiga Rogotekageti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to recognize respected elder from our Community of Ford resolution. I want to recognize Terry Villeneuve. I can't see her, but she's a former president of the Native Women's Association at NWT. She also served on the Dene Nation Elder Council. She served as a chairperson on the AFN Women Council at the national level. Ms. Villeneuve is retired and lives in Fort Resolution with her daughter Cindy Villeneuve.
Terry Villeneuve, Massi 20 Julatat. Kotsachi Kala.
From the community of Dilo, I want to recognize Shirley Seta. She served on the Yellowknife First Nation for 3 terms. She was a YKDF and community negotiator. She has also served as Secretary Treasurer of the Native Women's Association at NWT. She also worked at all three mines, Acadie, Divik, De Beers, to help implement the social economic agreement. And she's also my CA. Please welcome Shirley Seta.
Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Tunde.
Well, this is, I mean, March 1st, COVID-free, and this is great. I just want to also recognize a translator from our community as well. She's not up there, but I just want to recognize Mary Rose Sundberg from our community of Dene. She's also a translator here. Merci. Tom Monka, also from Fort Resolution, and he's also a translator here as well. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tunde. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Welcome. If we have missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to the chamber, and I hope you enjoy the proceedings. It is always nice to have an audience in the chamber, especially after 2 years. Merci. Replies to budget address. Replies to budget address, day 6 of 7. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions.
Oral questions.
Colleagues, before we begin oral questions, our rules are generous regarding oral questions. We do not have hard time limits for questions or answers, as you would see in some other jurisdictions. This allows members to ask
Tazon di Satena Gatala Coca to get us on the whole question. 7.2 all question is the Caseti with the Catati, because the preamble is I Casera. It's a minister get on at the containers, rule 7.2 is the you get Asi or Cantisi with the Cagati safety as on. Cut son like the Naranda, Tagoda Kenny, there was a saw the preamble. Cotsachu. Get on at another day, they say if the choice wasn't in data. Now, had the rules, as you regular members, it go get a candy day, the rest is a chaos. The Kela Sandio de la Cosanichi legislated. That is a case la car. I said, this is that it in the zoo. You see, to the owner members, see to the other that go get a chaos. And the questions a case. Kandi sago za linde se esti choile go se se ko tendele me jago go di jago ti ti ajon member te kesi ta go ge de ke te ke ya ita so ti na khia jon si di me rules ta go da ke ne zu ke ta na chen te ya ti ajon member se si ta go ge ke te ke ni te tu le me ji wa la le zai ti go se sa zhe tu le ne zu ni ti a te ke ma si whole question. Here we're south. The Substance Abuse Corporation costs que la dandi or the que situ minister na te katiyendi.
Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to a government news release from November of
Mr. Speaker, JTK NWT 2003 $29 per person like la canete out the aftercare JTK JTK ita JTK do JTK aftercare JTK treatment JTK ganda 20 million here are so ita JTK ni de a roshi JTK meta Modat, then as long as you can't see Gatanda, Tizeke, can't yard, do guys a Gashu. The cover the honor Gulia Gusha, can't do me wait that the Kenny de Nezuati. The other than I get a cane de the other Nezua and a Sandy Masindi.
For here South.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm what aftercare supports for substance abuse are?
Ajidi teke lati aftercare supports teke as a lion. This is wakati.
Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. The process of welcoming someone home from Southern-based treatment begins with a discharge plan that's created collaborative.
Tula 7 days treatment asi kadi aftercare teke gani de.
Per supports in the NWT. So that person would be connected with community counseling for ongoing
Chikakala community counseling jati has a go to Hadin than a tiny den.
AA groups that are available in the larger centers. We have been working on aftercare support in the smaller communities by offering a peer support fund, which communities can apply for specifically to assist people who are returning from treatment. Thank you.
Thank you.
the treatment center was in the days go out
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister confirm if her department has considered the need for transitional housing supports to those clients returning home after receiving treatment in the South? Thank you.
Thank you, member for.
Yeah, thank
you. Yes, indeed. We have considered that, and in December we issued an expression of interest to Indigenous governments seeking communities who would be interested in operating a transitional housing program, which would be safe and sober housing closer to home. This fiscal year was 750,000, and for next year is.
Yeah, 750,000.
Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that it's time that we move ahead and we try and provide the support to those that are battling and fighting addiction. So, I'd ask the minister what strategies and actions plans are in place to address how this government will support those returning from treatment in the South as we go forward.
For Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned the peer support program. There's also an addictions aftercare fund, which.
Addictions Aftercare Fund kasa oji sombasela kandende dile the council resisi atago second dia dile.
People who are coming back and establishing themselves in a new and sober lifestyle. We have an app for those who have the tools and the connectivity called Wagon, which was developed by Edgewood Institution in Nanaimo. And that's another possibility for people. Of course, we have the community counseling program, which is for which no appointment is necessary. People can access on the same day. So we have a variety of ways of reaching.
From
my own life, that staying sober, having invested the 30 days or 60 days in the program, is the biggest challenge, and we're here for people who are trying to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Justice at all concerned with the increasing costs of policing services in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr.
The Justice was the Kayati, the Minister and the Enka, Kandisila, Gotata di Diade di Tekesia, the Daude Tizeke are wrong Kandi Mesala, Taji Teketa Tizeke Kandi Megaita, Kiato the Medeto. That is a Kezi, Etia Tizeke la car, goes out the as a go on Tizeke.
Aren't best suited to do everything, and they would agree with that. And so where we can, we need to find ways to supplement those services so that the RCMP aren't focused on doing things that other entities or organizations could be. So because of that, we are piloting a community safety officer program, and the hope is that
program would really that teach you more Kayane in the Zika and it is years ago. Teach so long limited service good down the Duke without teaching.
Which have reduced the demand on the RCMP. So we are taking steps to address the rising costs. Each year, the Minister of Justice provides policing priorities to the RCMP. There's 4 of them, and innovation, operational and fiscal innovation is one of those priorities that I put forward to the RCMP this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Can the Minister tell us if he believes policing in the NWT is conducted with the highest levels of transparency and accountability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's varying levels of accountability.
Ka Kandi la Yathala, Kandio than a Kandina heads at a Kokadi to get Tigada the Yarded.
And accountable to the public. And I mentioned my policing priorities. One of the other four is accountability and transparency. So I am focusing on this in response to concerns I've been hearing from people like the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if he believes policing transparency and accountability should be improved in the NWT? And if so, are there any specific tools at the
Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you can always get better at being more accountable and more transparent. I think that's true for every entity. One of the tools that I have is those policing priorities, which I mentioned. In addition, there are new initiatives that are likely rolling. The RCMP are accountable to the department, and as well there's countless working groups, meetings, local level meetings, national, regional meetings that the government is involved with the RCMP to ensure that that we know what the RCMP is doing and that they are accountable to us and their operations are transparent. But there's the other aspect where the RCMP need to be more transparent to the public, just like we all do. And so to that end, I've had discussions with the commanding officer about taking steps to ensure that the public is more aware of what the RCMP that's reflected in the concerns I hear from around the territory that the communities want more RCMP. So while I would like for RCMP to go out and do a lot more community engagement and meet with people and hold meetings, the fact is they're busy doing what we pay them to do. So yes, we are working on it, and yes, there are tools, and yes, we are.
Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if he has had any significant discussions with the Federal Minister of Public Safety about potential solutions to improve transparency and accountability of the RCMP and policing services in general? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister.
Significant concerns about the transparency and accountability. Conversations as well. So those conversations are ongoing. And noting your comments earlier, I will keep this last remark brief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Nuvik-Twin Lake. Minister of Finance, Dene Zhatıé.
How many GNWTs are working outside of the territory? Because according to my member statement in the news article, there were 20.
Northwest Territories Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of January 31st, there are 31 employees on active duty working outside of the territory.
31. You're in the good lead galaki dati dita kemo kayakti the Northwest Territories only get.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns that I brought forward in my member statement is that if these positions are outside the territory, they could be taking away from residents that are in the Northwest Territory. So of these now 31 positions, can the minister confirm have they moved away or are they?
He wanted to target the Tatantilago 31 Zeki Nalataneji Lagini, there are Kocha Kongag, the Koni, Tandia Lagi, the Latuagin Dili, Juayendi.
Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ability to work outside of the territory is meant to be for exceptional purposes only. And exceptional is really just that. It's, for example, if you have a child who has to get medical care.
Medical care as in line de nation commodities yat can down. That is usually the Kegani de car measure could out the as a go. If you got and as a go, did the line de is you waters. Ya own or the territories on a get to young life go, now go chacha get in the car to Takadi. Make your DJ a tao li tao me jagu clear tao ni de ka gang ju ga zhen da zi go yan.
For this policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you to the Minister for her answer. And yes, she's reading my mind because she has my questions. So I know the intent of this is not to fill GNWT positions with non-NWT residents. It was predominantly, a recommendation made by the Government Ops Committee to
Committee zeki government zeki kandi gondi da nigi ni chua ji zeki wada si ta ka da di kan damage de wada gulia gucha da gulia ne ya de dula da guti di zeki ke ne ya ze chua ni de and na hisi NWT cha za de ya ni de chua sa ze ni de si dule na ke ni de de ka ka la kandi si dule ko thanai de.
Thank you, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member is quite right. This certainly speaks to the experience we've all had during COVID-19.
Member is the COVID-19 se hwanda gulia gucha. Ta roji me ta guli zen yute. A du ka ken on it hiti ze keni de ke ta ni au chuni de.
Resources approaches. We want to be a workplace that is considered attractive to bring people here and not so that people will leave. And want to have that flexibility for folks who may be outside of a headquarters region or a regional position and who can now work in their home positions. It's the policy and the guidelines that go with it are structured to do just that. People have to be providing their addresses of where they're going to be living, providing photographs of their work site.
The pandemic de honata di kunzagala jite zeki zeki ruka kagu chao duty kagu lidana zitlani de kaka juza sumen aniti as go yendi jo latanya gite zeki ni de.
Well, that's not going to fly anymore because now you have to actually be applying whether or not you fit within this policy as being directed from Human Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the potential impacts of this policy, I believe there needs to be more transparency and oversight. Will the Minister commit to publishing statistics on remote work policy in the public service annual reports? I'd like to see the reporting on the number of jobs done in a different community and the reasons for it. Thank you.
Report on
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Annual Report certainly is one place that we might be able to report on this. I have no concern in saying that we will definitely be able to report back, just as we are today, about the total number of residents who might be working either outside of the territory or who are working in some sort of remote arrangement, and whether that
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Sorry, I'm not operating off of paper today. My first question for the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is what type of data about the prevalence of FASD in the NWT and people parenting with FASD?
Responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question. FASD is a common concern in the NWT, unfortunately. We have the statistics that she quoted about people who've been to the diagnostic clinics, but for the population as a whole, we don't have data that tells.
FASD
people who have FASD at any age. Much of the difficulty here has to do with diagnosis. Sometimes people choose not to be diagnosed, or their parents choose not to have their children diagnosed, and so this is really a self-reporting metric. And for reasons that have to do with shame and fear of intervention by Child and Family Services, people may choose not to go that route. Thank you.
For the
NWT is definitely not alone in that. When looking for data and research worldwide, it's definitely, the stigma around FASD is definitely shared. And by having these conversations, I think we can do our part to try and strip away that stigma. I'm wondering if part of the adult FASD clinic identifies whether or not the person taking part in the clinic is a parent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting question, whether that is something that's acknowledged, and I don't have that information off. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that the Minister said is absolutely true, is that it's a self-reporting mechanism, but part of being able to have the opportunity to self-report is having access to that clinic. And so I'm wondering, how many communities will the adult diagnostic clinic travel to in 2022, and how many NWT residents do they plan to?
Sir, responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty here is that the FASD, the adult FASD clinic was launched in 2020, which was not a year in which there was a lot of traveling around. That said, last year the program was able to visit Betchco and Fort Providence, and I think that generally they committed to traveling to 4 different locations a year. So based on what's happened to date, 25 people have been to the adult FASD diagnostic clinic.
On the 133 the program the onze
Sir, final short supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Health and Social Services will commit to establishing navigator or caseworker positions within the adult diagnostic clinic to provide that individualized, person-centered supports that their clients need. Thank you.
Thank you. I was under the impression that that was in fact being done now by people who work at the FASD clinic.
The county FASD clinic the Hegalaki DC car, county la Tennessee go
in that situation, but I can certainly confirm that and provide the member with that detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the Minister of Health and Social Services minister's statement today, she mentioned that the gap between what we pay our nurses and what other jurisdictions are paying is closing, and we are one of the only jurisdictions in Canada that during COVID-19 did not give recruitment and retention bonuses. But one line jumped out at me is that she went to FMB and got approval to give those bonuses, and then in consultation with the union, there was not agreement to provide that money. My question is for the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for that relationship. Can I just get an explanation of what is going on here? Why we can't pay our nurses?
The one the case la taco the bonus case in the finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the labour market supplement was something that we didn't have before. It does provide a tool, given that the collective agreement is the bargaining document on which all of the salaries are based, all the recruitment, any recruitment bonuses would be based, the total package of salary.
Bonus go out on
It does state that, of course,
the policy
and so before going ahead and doing something such as a labour market supplement, we would consult with them. The policy itself speaks. Certain conditions, particularly when there are shortages, particularly when there's great need. For instance, also that it would be the kind of a position that goes to health and safety of the people of the Northwest Territories. So when we apply that policy and we get to a certain point, we then go to the Union W. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come to an agreement. They took a different view as to what might be appropriate or needed in the circumstances. Again, you know, Mr. Speaker, they're there to represent their people, and we are doing our best to maintain that relationship. We'll continue to do so. And as the Minister of Health detailed today, there are many other avenues by which we are going to continue to pursue an improvement for the morale of the staff over in the Department of Health. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that the Minister, you know, probably there was some negotiations maybe going on or still ongoing in this matter, but I am still looking for a bit of an explanation.
I'm not here to speak on behalf of the union. That would not be appropriate. It's a relationship that I have agreed.
Speaker,
we are in a situation where, in the course of a pandemic, we have held firm.
Pandemic da hutina hegulia gucha, Mr. Speaker. Ijizokatule mo kaya tigo onguli zeke dugi mo kawasiago ole. Ta kandi zeke gala ta zeke gani te mentadi kwazan ta zago. Ajili zeke ta khada ta dule kandi ti pandemic da ta tiu dule me zao ti zeke jiwayan. Tila bonus zeke go kon de jiwayan dindi.
Attempting to take here, as I said again, Mr. Speaker, we're not done looking for ways.
Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism, and
Merci, Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Tadu Kenesek, Kang Tong, got the Mang Tantakyo Gusinet. Is a candidate son by city operation ground set of 500 million order. Is a killer down the Minister city in a Zekati, a down there like his own Banatana de Jizu, Kurishana Sendi.
Industry, tourism, and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can go and look into the specific number the member is quoting.
It's a case la Mega Dadikan Tatuli, the GNWT Zekirani de Kandigo Yizigai Tiny de Canada Sugar, quite as a go. Do good, Dizeke. 오키지기데티 파리시 요고 고요게티야 세계리아즈고 아지디 아미제케지 GWTC 손바고 따지테케 멘다디고 한다는디.
It's on there, Mr. Speaker. At this point, we're proceeding with a process that's well underway and in fact fairly advanced.
일카고 토메트 프로세스 심메게 갈라이타 두카고 토모니리안데 요고메체케 티아노 텐덴디.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I'll be happy to send her the list of creditors from the court-appointed receivers website. So, but as I understand it, GNWT has decided to try to market the Mactung property in the Cantong mine site with the feds, but there has been little to no interest over 7 years. Can the Minister explain what is going on with
Minister 시티레나 제카티디 마인제 케이시고 뜻대고인데 고자 수지 단에 간디시 크레디트 제 인베스트먼트 케시티오 관대엔디.
For ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, these two properties were, of course, jointly.
디오키제 케시 라카 디 데네시 제가게 된레 고자 카고티카투.
Unusual is that you're involving multiple layers of governments. We've got the Government of Canada and the GNWT and even
GNWT Government Canada di jugo tatsala dugaiji.
All three, we're all coming together. Indigenous governments from the region have come together. Much discussion has taken place.
Zon target elegide tieni de katule segotele di Canada, gote di federal government, territorial government the Yukon the KGTK yundi sayu gnise do azoshikala yugo tete zogen de di federal zogen de azgon.
Note that there's a bit of a delay in between those two dates, but that was entirely for the purpose of engaging further with some of the Indigenous governments.
The onze condition more than the Indigenous government choose out the diazgo.
Short order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister again for that. The Mactung Cantong properties are 140 kilometers away from each other by air, 700 kilometers by road. It's unlikely that some buyer is going to take these on as some sort of viable mining operation without significant concessions and subsidies. Can the Minister explain why GNWT is attempting to sell these properties together and whether we will offer further
GNWT zeke laji ko seni tagare ati zeke ke lu zeke hesigo yandi di mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'd mentioned in my last answer, Mr. Speaker, these two properties were jointly owned previously, so having them as one unit under one owner is not.
Tati la ta teka andizme zeke lu ni ade ji da yo gon de si du ta telaka kandisi me ta za tiante. 다시 제게 먹고 따라이다 고토면 제게 류니 아다라 간지 세다디 클야슈 뚫레 간지 조사가 있다.
Mr. Speaker, again, we are working with Canada on this.
Canada go galata DJK siu kandi DJK minus DJK tayo kayakti.
Together, and to do so, Mr. Speaker, there's no intention to start offering subsidies. That's not generally been the way that things happen in the Northwest Territories. We do have incentive programs, such as the Mining Incentive Program.
Mining program kaya gunli to take out in engagement that ni tatakada go zaiti on the end.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister again for her response. Cantong and Mactung saga is another example of post-devolution mismanagement of our resources. Can the Minister explain what lessons have been learned from our mismanagement?
Mismanagement the Kang Tong is among Tong Jackie, Siu, Mind Jackie. Titulariona Jacatien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I would accept or agree with the characterization of mismanagement on this. I think the story is yet to be finished.
Mismanagement metase on the DJ KC, Kurujan, the Danide, Kakala ITI County, Keko Galagan down there.
Come on the sale. In fact, if anything, Mr. Speaker, this has been an example where, although at the time of the sale there were some disagreements perhaps between
Tazo Ketcha the India Sigo Nadi, Kesi Tandia the Lezeke, Aijizuaka the Indian, Kulia Guite, Kandu Dukai, and that a clay Galaganda, Kanti, and that the indigenous government had to cook it
Opponent who could take over and move this forward. So again, there's no doubt going to be some lessons to learn, but it may well be that there are dialogue in the House about that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many housing corporation staff have completed the Living Well Together training that supports cultural awareness and sensitivity among JNWT employees? Thank you.
Ministry Housing
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With our staff and our client service staff at the local housing authority and within the corporation itself, it is important that we improve our services as well. And looking at the Living Well Together and providing those numbers, I don't have that on hand.
The government
Questions. Member for Mumfwee.
I am concerned, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation staff in this particular case, as I stated in my member statement, continue to communicate with my constituents in a way that is not recognized, understood, or acknowledged, when it is the responsibility put back on staff to confirm clients understand the message. Does the Housing Corporation have guidelines or standards to provide customers?
guideline standard
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for raising such an important question. And it's something that the Housing Corporation has included with our review of our policies and programming as well too. And coming from a small community as well, this is quite important for me because I do understand the language barriers that are.
Housing Corporation
Member for Mumfwee.
What expectations are put on regional housing authority staff to ensure that clients with English as a second language are given fair and equitable support? Thank you.
For me to making sure that our programs and services are.
Programs and services, the member the Housing Corporation
of those legal documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker, does the Housing Corporation use interpreters to communicate with clients whose first language?
For housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that I will improve with the corporation, and just, you know, I need to recognize as well too that we do have elders in the. Having those options at the local community level. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to oral question from.
Did you talk 2021 go minister yeki queen de DJK. Kita DJK
residential biomass system investments in other NWT communities.
Biomass
Really, I'm just wondering from the minister, because they were working on and currently developing it, said at that
Minister
Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members' comments as well too. That the Housing Corporation building and energy efficiency is quite important, and we look at those new builds going forward and making sure that the areas where we could see improvement. The energy plan is to be. Just a second, I have a.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at that time we were specifically talking about wood pellet boiler systems for housing corporation units in the outlying communities as a possible way for savings to the fuel bills and the bottom line for the budget of the GNWT. And I really hope this energy plan, as I stated before, this housing is always referencing repairs for efficiencies like sealing doors and fixing broken windows, but this one here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member as well too, because he's putting a lot of emphasis on the wood pellet boiler system as well. But like I had said,
the pellet boiling department one of the things that the corporation has looked at was the biomass projects as well too, and biomass project to the corporation they were actually completed this year. It's 8 units at Sissons Court here in Yellowknife, and that was a project that was completed with the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. As I stated too last week, that I was very impressed with the values of the Northwest, the values and vision of the corporation and where they got innovation, and I was kind of excited about that because they continue to, they strive to improve. They're creative, adaptable, and flexible, and some of that stuff is leading well to the wood pellet boiler energy plan. And I also stated about the contract services, Mr. Speaker, to encourage these contract services to the LHOs, the department could consider contracting out these services so the contractor would purchase, install, and maintain the wood pellet boiler systems, which relieves the NWT Housing Corporation of any maintenance issues there. It's up to tie in their house. And also it stimulates the local economy.
Question? Ask a question, please.
Will the minister consider this contract services for
the minister the contract. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. I would have to bring this back to my department to.
The department would take it the contract service the Mendadi quite does go yendi. Tandi Kotas a Kimora the wood pellets a
I think I just wanted to emphasize on is the biomass investment that the Housing Corporation does have currently a federal application to support these projects going forward. But I can follow up with the member for further information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Since that incorporation of that arrangement. Masi.
Thank you, member.
My fingertip.
Policy
Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to deviate a little bit from my member's statement and ask the Minister of Infrastructure some questions. I'm wondering if the Minister could please provide us an update on the Prohibition Creek access road. It's my understanding that the bid came in too high and has not been accepted, so I'm just curious to know where we're at. Thank you.
The services that get us into the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prohibition Creek Access Road is one of our priorities of this Assembly, and therefore it's something that we need to advance. We did receive some funding from the federal government, ISIP funding, that...
Federal funding out there, can't you mentally go on damage the case? And then they do la cola more easy on the Ragala mentally quite as a coach to get out on the case you end.
Dene Creek. The second phase is to include the remaining 6 kilometers.
Do you make a shoes at Latin? I hit out to go to good demo, good days to take care right down the D. That the country is the right down. To go that him only easy on.
Sir, oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell me whether the Department plans to re-tender Prohibition or the first phase, or will there be a
Minister, the first phase in Lenny de Goketa is the right tiny dandy.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So right now, as I mentioned, we're still looking at some of the procurement options.
The contractors see take down the city.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. I hope that there's an opportunity to at least break down the contract a bit then to get the work started if need be. I guess my next question is that because there is a bit of a delay now in this project, and I'm guessing because the Minister answered that we're going till 2028 with the funding, that we're not in any sort of danger of losing that federal funding if we're a little bit slower with the project than planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last thing we want is to be able to lose some of these projects going forward, especially if that's our priority to advance. However, we still need to work through some of the procurement processes to be able to work with the contractor, our Department of Finance, perhaps go back to
the contract
with Canada, because we just we feel like this is an important, it is a priority. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that road or portion of that road opens in this Assembly, will the Minister commit to taking me for the opening? Thank you.
For
infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. I mean, this is a big advancement, and we're Sea Valley Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, oral questions. Written questions, written questions. Returns to written questions, returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address, replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions, petitions. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Finance.
Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, Supplementary Expenditure Number 3, 2021-22, Supplementary Estimate Operation Expenditure Number 3, 2021-22, Northwest Territories Tourism 2022-23 Marketing Plan. Masin. Tabacha. on February 16, 2022, the Black Indigenous People Conference, Confidence, Mr. Speaker.
Motions, motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 20.
The committee
Table document 567-19 brackets 2. Colleagues, by the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House. With member for Nivik Lakeson.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Committee
He wishes to consider table document 561-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2022-2023 with infrastructure and education, culture and employment.
Infrastructure, culture and employment table document 561-19
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order.
Committee of the Whole Committee the 561-19 main estimate 2022-2023 the Casey. It's a Casey the infrastructure the Kiana. Minister, she the Saudi Shin the end. Dutsen Sila 2022-23 the main estimate. That Dutsen is the Casey the Casey infrastructure. Around the Casey Lagatan Dani the budget 2021-22 the Casey $278.8 million. This is Casey Love the department that Gondigo or Dadi GNWTG Galaji did the Casey County son Bagio with the Kian. This is Kegan Dani the first growth Cecilia 2.3 million Diaja. Got 1.1 million leases, 370,000 airport contract, 348 this winter salt got any day, 163 public health East South Slave region, got 135 highway cone the North Slave region nearly Chong highway shoe. This is case 7.9 million sunset. This is la road the low carbon economy leadership fund 175,000. Got Yatagulia got the KG 165,000. Yati on Yatagulia got the Kiane. Kosana Shuasi 6.5 million. Issue $4.57 million low carbon leadership fund,
which is $2.9 million decrease, and the 2022-23 to adjust funds into later years. It also
1.8 million Sombasala. Issue Kandi the 19th State Legislative Assembly the the budget the 2020 the Department Egalagenda 2030 is a $2.74 million to core funding Arctic Energy Alliance NWT Energy Programs Shigazanda is the Low Carbon Leadership Fund is the Sombo Kigago Daisy March 2024 down. The Yellowknife Airport Casey Shigazanda Day and Dao Kyono Gathela is your Kandigand. Da ne dago asi kandi na jeni det ozame tason banitile. Department di shuka clear guide hante need $1.5 million financial contribution kotaisi zagele. Ijite ke la metu hako zauti the transportation zake kayeke lu marine facilities di zake kotazake kandiane. Diane, da is Yasi Karusinas and the Masi. Masi, Minister, Tutekesi, DC Gatanda, Hitatu de la Chi. Witnesses New Zealand and Sergeant Arms Amidi Nijekuni Liasi Tekeo Nijekuni Sayandi. It's a witness Sayan.
Minister, will you please?
Minister, Yamyagi Tegakani, Masi, Madam Chair. Steve Ludy, Deputy Minister Infrastructure. Itake Kota Mr. Garban, Itake said. That Itake Energy Take, they need Madam Chair, Mr. Ludy, this is Karata, the good year Takata. Masi. Masi committee do the Casey Mega Gotunted committee. Cut the Casey la the table document and nothing. Committee do the department summary got on the Taco the Casey Asset Management is page 239 or the page 242 the question. Sita goes to the Cam Lake. Madam Chair, 240 zeke transportation zeke zi gauta is zeke gulida hutlitia judge zeke the transportation zeke do is zeke shu 2022-23 the jaja. Minister is yasitule yona zekaya the transportation zeke waters. Madam Chair, you take the travel on a down. Because it did the COVID-19 to the onze the judge the on seat method like the Honda.
Next question is in regards to utilities found on the same page. I noticed that utilities is not seeing an increase in the 2022-2023 main estimates, and given the increase that we have seen in all costs, especially utility costs, I'm wondering why there is no increase to that line item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get Mr. Brennan to speak to the details.
ADM Brennan.
Madam Chair, yeah, so there's no increase here. This utilities is for our mobile equipment. The utilities.
Mobile equipment
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to move on to the next page, page 241, which has Decho Bridge opportunities at $200,000. And it's described as a grant for the purpose of creating community benefit.
Decho Bridge got 200,000 Decho Bridge Minister. Masi.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Decho Bridge Opportunities Grant was a 35-year annual grant that started
35 years the community operations the environment the 2010 as in la ita food problem the kagotini is goes in it again 200,000
reports, and this funding is used by the Organization for Cultural Wellbeing, Education, Training, Economic Development, and a small portion goes to admin.
Who wish to ask questions under the infrastructure asset management? Seeing none. Please turn to page 240. Infrastructure asset management operations.
40 is the assets management the KC 2022-23 $16,593. Kana Zoom. Mashi do Koti corporate management the 243 got and 245 get information a lot. Yeah. Sitle cosa shin dizeke. Tauti 244 the Keganda. The infrastructure corporate management is 2020-23-22 $7,989,000 is communicanality hagedi masi do energy the KCO the all witnesses go kaudi si masi.
All right, so energy and strategic initiatives beginning.
246 250 ministry jamio the situna tsekandian.
Chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce Robert Jenkins. He's ADM for Energy and
Robert is the Handisi Energy, the Handisi Tekao the Yanti. Masi. Si Sanko South Sini the Zeke. Great Slave.
Madam Chair, this is an area with a lot of money going out to different organizations, which I think is great. I'm just looking at I just wanted to ask some questions around the biomass energy and just where we're at in looking at diversifying our dependence on diesel, and could the Minister or the Department speak a little bit?
The biomass kerasitu wana te kaya titi tizeke somba teke warisi yani.
Thank you, Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since 2006, the GNWT has installed more than 40 more biomass boiler systems in all regions.
30 biomass yasala do the programs here. 8,600 she can do with pill down. GNWT you can do this year you agenda. And fuel oil chitati tajiteki jigatan tajiteki ni dendi.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is around the Arctic Energy Alliance. We're not seeing any changes there for the amount of funding that's being provided. Is the Alliance on track to spend all their money this year? Will they be oversubscribed or undersubscribed? I think the
Arctic Energy Alliance ke gain dayan di ke sia you ta do ken se ke tandia sa rong let yen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Arctic Energy Alliance receives about $2.74 million in core ongoing funding from the GNWT. So the funding supports alternative energy and efficient.
The Arctic Energy program that is at that endi. That got the 6 regional offices: Yellowknife, River, and Newvik, Norman, Wales, Wat T got the Fort Simpson. That's yet and down the case here. 5.2 million on it. They got the I think you guys.
2022 is about including LSEP, 6.6 million. I understand where the members come.
6.6 million do the assets Honda.
Assistance that we're giving, that this is something that we're able to work with Canada on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just also looking at in the same area, the Energy Efficiency Incentive Program. It's at $100,000. At one point, we had given $200,000 there. I'm just.
That's a $200 was in the COVID. The energy efficient funds get $200,000 down the line.
Madam Chair, is the member speaking about our CAP program? No.
Did you want to clarify, Member for Great Slave?
The Energy Efficiency Incentive Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of
Energy Incentive Program I ended.
To see if Mr. Jenkins can speak a little bit more about it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is one we'll have to go back and probably provide follow-up in terms of the 200 to the 100,000 there on that.
200 to 100,000 is
So funding will be provided to be able to align with an update on that program as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does that mean that the department would be looking to come back for more money from us, or would be looking?
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Chair, no.
Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked an either-or question, not a yes or no. So will you be coming back for more money from us?
Minister?
Madam Chair, so we'll find that capacity internally. So we'll look within our department. Thanks.
As a department,
and since the minister brought it up, I'll ask around the CAP program, the Community Access Program. I see that there is more money here than there was in the 2020-21 actuals, which is great. Do we expect that this program will be fully subscribed? And if it is, and there's more asks, will we be finding more money for it? Thank you.
Provides about $1.5 million.
CAP program la community access program
A total of 18 projects in 15 communities across the territory have been
18 projects on the 1.45 million on the
proposals are accepted twice a year. Again, it's proposal based, so we encourage communities to be able to submit proposals. And the
proposal done.
The territories, it is application on annual. And you know, some of the things that we look at, and just I think this is good information for the communities, are things like the merit of the project proposal, the level of community support that's included in the proposal, and whether sufficient.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that it's fully subscribed and the minister's support of it. How much does the department work with the communities to help them prepare those proposals? You know, we government for money, but then we're even making them write proposals to us. So I just want to know how much the department helps with that. Thank you.
The federal
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Jenkins to be able to speak on, I mean, he's in charge of the department and knows what the capacity is, and to be able to see how our department assists, because I think that's a very important question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have a staff person who works with communities in terms of applications. Also,
application
of the sort of the deadlines, the application process, you know, and we were pretty successful this year. We had 18 projects in 15 communities in the summer, and we had 12 projects in 12 communities in the winter. So again, it's roughly. Sometimes money comes back because not all the funds are expended, but it's been a very successful program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think I've said it often that I support getting as much money into the communities to do their projects as possible and at their direction. I guess my last question is just around the Toledo solar project. I understand why there's no money there now. The project is complete. I'm just curious to know if the department is looking at another community in order to expand.
Department la sikuli konta ganda the order tiata lezeke gani de na higandili mekana tayeni the program zake.
Way to increase community employment while reducing emissions and hydrocarbon impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to, my understanding is that we're not, but I just want to get clarification from the department to ensure that what I'm saying is indeed correct. So, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, at the end.
Madam Chair, yeah, so the Toledo project is obviously finished, and at this time the department is not really looking at the program, although we do have some federal funding under the ICIP program, which we've went out to communities for some calls on. There was some discussions with, I do believe it's the community of Fort Good Hope, and then they went.
The department program to get on the
have any projects or programs in place?
project program that
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did say that that was my last question, but I did spur something that I thought of. I'm just wondering, I've heard about the thermal anomaly around the Decho area, and I'm just wondering if the department is looking at that potentially for any sort of heating or power source in that region. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Chair, I've not heard about that. You know, I know in the Decho we're looking at the transmission line, but I mean, that's another subject. I'm going to look at Mr. Jenkins to see if he has anything that I'm not aware of in terms of, you know, projects in the region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Project region, that's in the end.
Be referring to geothermal heat, the use of geothermal heat. There is a project that's been work done on, research done on in just near Fort Liard in terms of
Fort Liard
really is the point that we're at. But there's been some work that's been done on that project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. I guess the first question is with respect to Arctic Energy Alliance. I see that the funds there have been pretty stagnant there over the years. And I was just, for new initiatives, one thing that somebody brought to my attention, I guess with the rising price of fuel for vehicles and that is, and which isn't on the list, is motorized bicycles, which allow you, you know, either to ride the bike and then coast for a while. Is there any chance of something like that being added? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask the department if this is something that, you know, we can look at. I mean, right now within some of our funding programs that align with some of the Arctic Energy Alliance projects, things like the vehicles, a number of other programs. So I'm going to see.
Program
It's doable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, great question. We did work with the Arctic Energy Alliance to launch a pilot program for electric vehicles in 2020.
20 pilot program the Arctic Energy Alliance you can see get some way to because I la tule se hitli quite
but we have had good success with that electric vehicle.
Member for Hay River South.
Chair, I just want to be clear. This isn't for me because I usually just power along on my own power. The next one here is business support program. Can the minister just elaborate on what that?
The business support the ministry.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the business support program. So it's designed to help. Sorry, I'm hearing myself. It's designed to help businesses in the Northwest Territory.
To take out in there, the business down the Mr. Jenkins,
on things that we've done with the fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have any examples that come to mind in terms of the project. We'd have to follow up with some specific examples for the member. I don't have any.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is the energy guide for houses. I see that again. It's it's been at was at 190,000 and continues. Has there been an uptake in that over the last 2 years, considering people have been home and the increased cost of goods and building material and utilities as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
The energy lines if
you look at our energy, our contributions, you will notice that we
energy take tiny day easy. To when daddy going 190 go JC 150 go is your cut ya John. This energy guide queers on the data tea clear the tea that tea take the hard down.
complete some of the energy efficiency audits, and I know, you know, in there, but not enough capacity to be able to do the work. So I mean, we have that balance, and I know that's been a struggle for people who have signed up to be able to get a home energy audit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think that's an important area that, you know, that some focus should go on, just because of rising costs, and, you know, in Hay River, for $1,000+ for a month. So, you know, it's getting a little bit scary out there for residents. The next item is the incremental Arctic Energy Alliance programs. We showed revised estimates at 3831. Now we're down to 1585. Just explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can ask the member to perhaps provide what page the
248 on the main estimate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Brennan to provide that information.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so what the member is referring to is actually is a result of a recash flow due to our Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. So we had a 4-year agreement for low carbon. By upwards of $4 million over 2 years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Members, can you please wait for your light to go on before you start speaking, so that gives them some time for the interpreters to catch up? Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will. The next item is students against drinking and driving. You know, we talk about drinking and driving. Is there any...
The students again drinking and driving the Uganda the program the case. Down the the 90 chilla down the
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Students Against Drinking Driving is a program that be able to support.
The program la the high school student around. Then they do lay. It's a target. Tanti Kandi the case. Sanson bon telecom curicho. Candigo car. Metsehanago Zauti Niti Yason Banitan.
Provide awareness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I think the member was asking whether we have something equivalent for drug use and driving.
Madam Chair. So I will ask Jenkins to be able to see what we have, if we're able to expand in this area.
Isitul Charlie City, that each little method line is Sazania to Cindy Adrian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously a good point raised by the member here, and of course this program is labeled Students Against Drinking and Driving, but obviously the program itself really is to sort of promote driving under the influence, so whether that be alcohol or drugs. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is, there was a line item there for, or there is one for Toledo Solar Project, and that is done by the looks of it. And is there any indication that, or is the department looking at any other projects? For instance, wind. Because Hay River being on the lake, it would be nice to see something being done with, with respect to that in the South Slavey. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
We
have an energy strategy that we need to meet. We are advancing some of the projects, such as the transmission lines that's happening in the Decho, and perhaps the Inuvik Wind Project.
The project
wind generation to be able to.
Member that yet is coming good. I did it a Gulia Guchati project, a Kazi or Kaya Neti. You also did your Kaya Tiatulian.
So we did provide some support to ARI for wind monitoring equipment, and there has been wind monitoring that's been done in 15 communities.
The normal World Sax Harbor
Port putting an installation to produce power in those communities in the end. So it's something that we're going to have to go back under a new energy action plan to look at. Are there other areas where we could advance these types?
Merci, Madam Chair. I was interested in your biomass energy. I think that's 200,000. I think you have to. It's supporting new initiative to assess increased use of wood burning technologies. I'm just wondering if there's other departments that access this funding, or your department helps other departments. And
only department good the biomass energy target is UIN.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member asked this question on the floor earlier, and I'm looking at my colleague here from Housing, and I provided her with some notes. I leaned over, I can't find them anymore, but the Department of Infrastructure works with Housing.
Biomass target. As own department say, the project security. Continue to do the energy synergy to quota the
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Are any communities accessing this program? And if you could give some examples, Masi.
Chair, Madam Chair, we have done a lot of projects in the Northwest Territories. You look at some of the schools that are.
Project the biomass the order is on program is.
Dr. Brennan can talk about anything that we're advancing, perhaps looking at other federal funding to be able to support.
Thank
you, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of biomass, I think there's a couple of conversations going on there. Is that we did support the Housing Corporation, as was mentioned earlier on.
Housing Corporation ko za ta di biomass ke wa din di si. Da 45 years now.
Work with a lot of our client departments, education, health, and other areas to install biomass boilers into various buildings. And I don't know the exact number of biomass boilers that we have, but I think we have like 7 district heating plants that are biomass. We have buildings in Yellowknife that are running by biomass, and in most communities now we have some biomass. It's just recently.
Ko ta ze ke ji kan di ga ta ge ti son di ne se ko ju yang la ze ke la ki当地大概地区咪叫你讲了，嗰他们大些地图，这开始下对嘞。
Or in construction that we're adding biomass to as well. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
I think I wasn't clear on that one, but it's nice to know that you're working with other departments. I was wondering if anyone else besides government departments access funding like this, or
government department ke la si ko sana di somba o te de ke di ze ke si ga yan.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Jenkins to see if he can speak about some of the partnerships in the building with.
Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have a
government program industry Dici la ka di tleda ke di application is da ka di biomass ke ji me the courses you ka se la da ma ga ka project ya go ni di kona te ke na di te ke da ka da de yan ta di ka di ka me da de de yi te ke ha si lo me se la di te ke ji ga ko te shu lo so ba me ta se la de ni.
Member for Decho.
Merci for that. Merci, Madam Chair. There's a lot of little programs within here that are almost kind of similar. They must be tied together somehow. But I'm just wondering about the NWT energy efficiency projects, which has about $300,000. It's working with, specifically, this one is stating it works with NTPC.
NCPC ke la tang dio de 200,000 one day. Kandi ke generator ke xin on da ji ke shi kandi ga zan da ni de man da ke zne ta du le.
Can you provide clarification as to what that is actually doing?
Du la tang di da ze di ji ke si du na ze ka din di.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one projects we did work with to reduce the fossil fuels and the diesel and revert.
Diesel go the fossil fuels ke ji you le ni te ka dia tu ko ga lai ta di program ji wan da li ti ji.
We reduce diesel consumption.
Ge te ji shu xie zong de di te ke ji you ka ya ti.
We are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Okay, so she's clarifying, the minister is clarifying that they've incorporated solar panels for their plant. It's interesting stuff. I'm wondering if they extended this program or look to assist the NWT Housing Corporation and MTS.
Member, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think I spoke earlier about the partnership that the Department of Infrastructure and Housing has done. We are doing that in terms of MTS. MTS does not fit within what the grant and program is. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I'll just retract that one. Maybe it's maybe steamships maybe on that one, but the community government retrofits. Was that the one that I was after? Or the energy efficiency incentive program. It provides financial assistance to reduce electrical heat, energy, and water.
Their finance assistance community government retrofits. Diasi kala tule kala salali endi.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to, my understanding is that it's not, but I just want clarification, so I'm going to ask if that's where the department is going with that funding, given it's only $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is this program, this is money that that flows out on an application basis. So
the application does here. The DC car, a seat was it can DC la car, so efficiency they need they can't need loud.
Community government retrofits $200,000 to perform energy audits and retrofits to community government buildings. I'm just wondering if these are just government buildings, or are they available for NGOs and local?
They are government buildings only.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is, I believe, just governments.
The governments are
Okay.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the community government retrofits is a contribution to Arctic Energy Alliance, and that helps administer a program for energy audits and retrofits to community government buildings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The Toledo solar project, I know there's been questions about it. We're asking about other communities. I'm just wondering where this was set up.
The Toledo solar project law diaguste yizeki gojami organization classes
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to look at the project. Maybe Mr. Jenkins can answer. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe the Toledo solar project was a community-led project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Toledo solar project
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Further to that line of questioning, I see here there's nothing budgeted for 2022-23. Are there no ongoing costs for the Toledo solar project?
Issue the Toledo solar project 2022-2023.
Madam Chair, that project's done. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my next question is in regards to continuing a conversation about electric vehicle pilot project successes that we heard about earlier today. I'm wondering if there is a plan from the GNWT to build electric vehicle charging stations throughout the Northwest Territories. Our neighbor to the west, the Yukon, currently has 11 charging stations available to residents and an additional 5 planned for 2022. And so I'm wondering if we can hear about the plans.
Electric system analyst
Have time to catch up. Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did launch a pilot electric vehicle program in June of 2020 with the
Arctic Energy Alliance. That $5,000 nita. Kantigo DJKG Kanti Gani de Gode TET Kontaza DJK Kotaze.
I mean, some of these electrical vehicles won't work all across the territories. Federal funding to be able to deploy electric vehicle.
Kantigo Megane Hitza is the case. That Tila Colamoni, the Otelaga Kalasi, the members go Galaita is the key on the Masi.
Minister, member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam. I can't see. I don't have a light anymore, so I can't. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. Not sure what light I was looking for. Thank you very much, and my apologies to the interpreters for jumping the gun there. And I appreciate that the government is going currently back to the feds to work out some agreements for those charging stations. I do note that
Masiadin di kai ona ko galain da zeki di energy zeki jimu mogazen deni de 4 million land on hale.
Reductions to the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund. And the concern there is this is at a time where we really want to be investing in innovative energy solutions for the Northwest Territories. So can the Minister speak to how they intend to replace that?
Etan dida la gudli ala le Kenya ze chuani de and the Minister yo katia dulen. Ikaya tia dulen.
Of infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we had a lower uptake in the LC-ELF. So the department, worked with our federal funding counterparts to be able to arrange some changes to how we can utilize this program a bit more. The agreement caps contributions to 25% for businesses and individuals and 75% for governments. So we know that from experience that 25% is not good enough to incent GHG reduction initiatives here in the north.
25% sontale. Ita Mr. Jenkins
The big flag for me. So I mean, we as a government were able to work with our federal counterparts to be able to ensure that going forward we're able to make use of the project funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were successful in negotiating an extension to that LCELF agreement. Years, and we're also proposed some reprofiling. Those programs, some are getting good uptake and some aren't, and so we've number of those funds to AEA programs. And so we are pleased that we're able to continue to provide additional support.
Thank you,
Mr. Jenkins. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I guess the department, I suppose, has heard that there's definitely support for growth in this area from this side of the House. And I just want to, and I value what Mr. Jenkins just said about the AEA program as well. But just want to also reiterate and support the words of my colleague from Hay River South about investment in Arctic Energy Alliance as well, and increasing that line item so that we can see some more funding to.
Arctic Energy Alliance ke te oda so ba matania tin line issue war CTO here South that indeed ke ta khada disin.
Further questions under this section? Member for Prime Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On page 248, the large-scale commercial and industrial under the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund, I think that's supposed to be whatever. Why is that bouncing around like a yo-yo? Thanks, Madam Chair.
It's a Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund. Thank
you, Madam Chair. There's the three different variances. So you look at the variance of the greenhouse gas.
The government greenhouse gas it's a Harvard program application is John.
Cash flow for this in 2021-22, and now you're seeing an increase because we're able to cash flow some of these that are related to an amendment now and an extension. So we went back.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Minister, for that. I guess I'm worried about what this does to the continuity and availability of funds, particularly for the Arctic Energy Alliance. I see from further up in the table there that they have a flat kind of amount of core funding. It appears from Department of Infrastructure of $1.6 million, and there's this incremental funds through the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund that kind of go all over the place. So how does that affect the ability of Arctic Energy Alliance to provide funding for its programs? And because
la kantion telene sechila esi program a son basi yasa la sila tanti da guli yasa la wayandi.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at some of the projects, the budget.
The project ganda ka ajon letjande the budget Arctic Energy Alliance ganda ni de
within the government under different. Speak a little bit more about how we're able to, from a financial perspective, be able to move one line item under grants and contribution and transfers, and then be able to recognize on another part of the exchange here the difference. So, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
John Bennett, the program gainda, la ka son basi, mesela dala gudli, dashi andi te kya ye, roma gaita mekani taji te honeta kandi kasi yondende.
Moving into the Arctic Energy Alliance, so through that.
Holandi gulia si kandi si ka laita la kandi baga laita ni de.
First, to try and keep that momentum going.
Not the
GNWT would support some increases in that area as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I look forward to a supplementary appropriation to support Arctic Energy Alliance and the good programs that it offers. But I want to switch gears and move to probably some higher level questions around energy and strategic initiatives. I raised this with the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources and was told that this was something that he wasn't really responsible for. So when I look at the GNWT Energy Initiatives Report for 2021, and the forecasts of greenhouse gas reductions, by the year 2025, we will have only reached 20% of the target that was set through the Pan-Canadian framework. And so we have to reach another 80% reductions in the last 5 years. So I always complained about how the last cabinet's approach was back-end loaded, and it's coming true. So what is the department doing about making sure that GNWT, or the Northwest Territories more properly, meets the Pan-Canadian framework? Because the current energy strategy is failing, and failing.
Metagulia godande di Arctic Energy te kesi wayan di juadande ode. In that 2025, we need 10% around this.
We are doing to ensure that we meet our 2030 standards. To further advance our projects. So, you know, some of our key initiatives, any like big projects, we're advancing the Tolston project, the Inuvik Wind project.
The charts on the Tolston and Inuvik wind turbines, the other kilometers loud education,
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, clearly the 2030 energy strategy is failing, and it's not. We're not going to reach the Pan-Canadian framework target. There's no way. So what I was hoping I was going to hear from the minister is that we're going to reset that or throw it out, quite frankly, and bring in some energy projects that will actually allow us to meet that target. And those, it's
Tiu tiri ko tseni ni deji zeki kadi dinle jim wai de as go kanti ko me wai ta as go me ga shu wai shaba sit la down DC di pilot program ta gai tani de esan dia di energy si se sit la as go on di zeki son pa zeki shu mo da ti an de end
for diamond mines to close so that we can actually meet the target, but that's where we're going. So what is it that the department's going to do to reset this strategy?
Department la tu aji tagelia di kashu sume la le si ti am wai te ga ni de ijita ta di ti ze ke si wan di masi.
Of infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I believe the members asked me this on the floor, if we can just scrap the 2030 energy strategy. And at the time, my answer was no, because we're going to go back and look at the
Hilde de sia zo de met the action plan gai ta tu ka chu su ko ni te e down di se si lia down di me gai ta ze ni de se si lia tu ni de kai on zen na za da zen ji si ko ze di ti ko ze ka di ti tu le on de
by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the current target is 30% before 2005 levels by 2030. So we are currently 16% below those levels. So we do feel that we're progressing towards our current GHG reduction targets. We are advancing a number of larger projects. As they come on stream, we'll see.
Sintlong mesela dizeke yo kaya tizeke si megai tarani te kachu shusa yun de za kenali si zeke si gaita ijida kharin de la tandi na ni ta go ze tandi da za ja si tia handin de so du duen o le ze khandi khadi di khasi tlene de sia go o le tandi go o da kha da ne zo yun da ze ko ni zi si zeke gaita ni
Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. We're just not going to make the target at this rate. There's no way. It's impossible for us to make the target, especially when we're stuck.
Federal government car, you go again this on.
Part of the reason we, the last cabinet, it took a lot for them to actually sign on to the Pan-Canadian framework.
The cabinet gratis song you can see, but I go in on the cantu, not easy, because you see, smoke white does a go, some but I got any landers or do it out easy. It's a chaos.
Way we're going to meet the Pan-Canadian framework target. So that's a warning to the minister, I guess, that we're not going to make it. And I don't want to be sitting here a year from now or 2 years from now hearing from the Auditor General that again our government has failed to reach the targets that were set in our own internal greenhouse gas.
Strategy.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Are there any further questions under the energy strategic initiatives? Seeing none. Infrastructure, energy strategic initiatives, operation expenditure summary.
2023 $15,906,000 cars over and
Thank you, committee. And Sergeant at Arms, I'll get you to switch the witnesses.
Sergeant at Arms, your witness go call this in.
Thank you. Welcome back, Deputy Minister Luted. All right, so we are going to continue on with programs and services beginning on page 251 with information items on page 253. Member for Hay River South.
Do car cannot the 251 that can Met the information 253 te camera takotelekizek. Da here south.
And I'm hoping this is the right section, or maybe we passed it, but nevertheless, I got 10 minutes, so. There was a loss shown for MTS of around 5.8 million, and of that, about 4.3 million, I think, was with respect to operating losses. Can the minister just talk a bit about that? And I think it was partly because of properties and that. Just
Minister, do community the Kerasin Dasi Condesi, some particular Gunde, Yundago Radesin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Marine Transportation System had a net accounting deficit of 3.3 million. Even
Marine Transportation Service 2.230 million. It's a Kezikakala condition. That's it. Do conditions in the but the COVID-19 that's good. That's the Kezi got and tiny day in Dego.
Because of the Revolving Funds Act, so any deficits must be covered by.
Alosite met the deficit Yagundi, they cannot him white there.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. So the deficit, the accounting deficit comprise of some of the.
Met the deficit line tiny day goes is a case la Kajia, Roman line down the common duty.
Additional interest costs of financing on loans, estimated at 1.1. So these were all the losses that were comprised of MTS. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thought I saw somewhere on there that with respect to repairs to the equipment that was purchased from NTCL, that there was that was part of the reason for the losses. Can you speak to that a bit? Because there is.
The equipment is the NTCL
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have Mr. Brennan speak about the question. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the member is correct. There was a lot of equipment purchased from NTCL as part of that. Done in the last couple of years, if we looked at our business and tried to right-size the equipment that we're actually using. So there is a lot of surplus equipment that we want to get rid of sitting around the yards there. What we've done in the last 2 years, though, is just look at the equipment we're going to use for the next sailing season and prepare that equipment and try and right-size the organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd
be remiss not to mention Orsi. I'd just like to know what is happening with that contract, if it's coming up for renewal or is there an extension on it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my understanding it was just recently renewed, but I want to get clarification in terms of, as MTS is going through a governance review model, and just to see how that affects some of our contracts. So if I can have Mr. Brennan. Contract details. Thank you.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the Orsi contract, I believe, was signed in 2021. I do believe it's a 3-year contract, so that won't expire until 2024. Thank you, Madam.
2024
I just want to change up here a bit, and I want to talk about the ferries, and I'd like to talk, I guess, about specifically the Abraham Francis. That my understanding is that.
Atlanta Court ke ferry again. Abraham Francis is Mogusenes. Don't you?
The way the load is coming across, whereas you've got the Louis Cardinal, which is closer to Nuvik, and it's rated.
Louis Cardinal to Jaya on a Mackenzie River. Yes, my. She take la. She take la. DJ Casey Abraham Francis Sila Shikala 1964 to was out the Jekela Shikala Senatedly Jekeush.
Work or any assessment is being done to make that happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Bren to speak a little bit more about some of the technical questions in the question, because I don't fully understand what it means from going from 45 to 60 some. So I'm going to see if Mr. Bren can help me out here. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the member is correct. There's definitely different weight limits on the Abraham Francis, which is a cable ferry across the Peel River. And I'm kind of
the Peel River, the Casey Abraham Francis, Yatatika, a sea corny that in London is Julius.
The ferry. We put in some more styrofoam in last year just to.
I know that the machine that Lazy Yayo Gokende, Title a good yet the Lazy Kikamodi Sholako, Kalamera Sombas at Lazy go take a Kalata at the end.
Go in one load rather than have to decouple the fuel trucks and go back and get them again. So the member is correct. There is some challenges with that ferry. We do want to extend it. We think we can extend it by X number of feet and get 25 more years out of that ferry.
Member for
Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And no, I wasn't in conversation, and I was just talking to some people up around Nuvik, and they were just raised that question to me. The other thing is about the, we talk about going green. We talk about electric conversion. So yeah, I look at the 4 ferries that we have out there, and the Abraham Francis. It would do 2 things. It would reduce fuel consumption, thus reducing greenhouse gases. So is that something that the department has actually looked at? Either
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you. I don't understand what the question. I'm going to ask Gary to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we actually have looked at the electrification of the Abraham Francis ferry. Some of the challenges we do have some of our camps is the lack of electricity and power hookups at our. To look at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the other thing about the ferries too is they are all aged, and and to keep them up to, I suspect, Transport Canada regulations is probably.
Regulations to
do the work. So, is there any plans in the future, I guess, to either build a new ferry?
Dala down the other, she very corny, Lando de Casey, a Latin Meconi, she can't do a Yundago and
Where we're at with that as they kind of age out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We continue to do retrofits. We do that with some of our ferries, and I do agree with the member that we do have aging infrastructure, and we continue to work.
Federal go right that the latte case come Jordan, they come Kyodicho. That not
the intent other than to just continue with the retrofits. It is quite costly, and we all.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have a small sort of comment or question to ask around. I'm really glad to see that there's been the increase in position for the occupational health and safety section here. And I know that that's the result of one new position in a region, which I think is great. And I guess I'd just like to urge the minister or see if there are plans for one of these positions in each of the 5 regions. Thank you.
The 5 regions that get us to the minister,
Chair, it was hard enough to get just one, let alone 5 in each of the region. But I mean, we recognize that this is safety. They are responsible for.
Safety make us a lot of the around the case, the ferry
recognizing that we need to expand, and I'm just happy that we're able to get one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have much more to say, but I just wanted to say that I know TSC is here, and I wanted to apologize to them for blaming them for my tablet problem during my statement last week. So they've been great and helped me a lot. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I need them to help me unlock my phone. Are there any further questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North.
Couple of initiatives to increase the bandwidth and internet speed across the territory. I guess, can I get an update on that work? Thank you.
The update la situation at the internet
Madam Chair, the digital communication networks, the DNC contract.
The communication network the internet
access rates with no overage costs. So our regional centers and satellite communities will see minimal improvements. Currently, however, it is expected that Northwest Tel rolls out new services so we can leverage those improvements as part of our contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister just explain to me where that money is found in the budget? Was that expansion and that contract are not in the $2 million I see here for TSC? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't believe I answered the member's question before, but after I said it, I was like, hey, I know the answer, but let's move on to the next one. I'll try and be as quicker as I can. TSC operates a chargeback. So I mean, we that has not been done in the past. The Department of Infrastructure in the past has always assumed these costs, and I think we just got approval to be able to ensure that departments covered their costs for chargebacks. If I can, Madam Chair, if Mr. Brennan wants to add anything further. Thanks.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so while the TSC is on their programs and services in terms of main estimates, is actually an information item near the end of the binder where the TSC budget is, and the ministers are absolutely correct. It is a chargeback model whereby all the users, basically departments, pay a certain proportion based on their usages. And the DCN is covered under the chargeback model.
I guess from my perspective, I don't really care whether a department pays infrastructure for it back. Can I just get how much that DCN contract costs? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to get Mr. Brennan to speak a little bit more about the costs for that. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have the cost of the...
DC zeke PowerPoint teacher sana tese only da no tende me ke kaya tia tule
North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a bit of an update on whether we expect this to improve internet in schools in Yellowknife? We met with a number of the school boards, and they said during the switch.
Internet zeke la school board Yellowknife zeke school board si hegi seni tageni oyan.
You know, any of the bandwidth that TSC was providing them. Do we expect that this improvement will allow online learning to, you know, be a bit more feasible in the NW?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to note, TSC manages all JNWT cell phone. The department does not have any direct conversation with Northwest Tel, Bell Mobile.
Northwest Tel, Bell Mobility Technology Department ki khandi ko che yaugin de hotel ji ko taza salon to te ko tinde ye chi la Department Finance taza salayan.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I just have to step back because I don't understand fully. I see that TSC collects $32 million a year in chargebacks, so we spend the GNWT, therefore, because I don't, from all the other departments, spends $32 million a year providing itself internet through the TSC. I heard that we're spending $3 more million to improve that network. And I guess my question is, I don't care what Northwest Tel is doing. I'm caring what we are doing to our infrastructure. Do we believe with that additional money that the internet that the school system gets will be improved and capable of online learning following this? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we continue to work with our partners at Education, Culture,
Education, Culture, and Employment the
boards and be able to look at options so that we could better manage capacity. So, I mean,
the also is
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so adding to what the Minister said, we are trying to figure out the issue in Yellowknife because we actually doubled the bandwidth in September. However, there still seems to be some challenges. I'm not quite sure if it's a TSC issue or a school issue. We do have the ability to go up as high as 5 gigabytes instead of 2 at the schools in Yellowknife.
The schools is If
it is a TSC issue, we have the capacity to flip the switch to go a little bit higher, but right now they're not at the capacity that we're currently providing them. So it could, and we're not in charge of what infrastructure they install in the schools, which may be limiting something as well. So, but we're working with them to try to figure that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Minister said that I may have to ask Finance this question, and I forgive me if I am slightly confused how this all works. Like I said, we're charging back $32 million to ourselves as a GNWT here. I get the TSC has about $10 million in staff, so that has $20 million remaining. How much of that would be going to Northwest Tel? Thank you.
Northwest Tel's at the end.
Madam Chair, that's very technical. I mean, for us to just pop a number off on how much we're giving to Northwest Tel would take some time. So I'm going to ask the member if we can get back to him. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess perhaps I would also like the Minister to clarify if I have a misunderstanding here. I know TSC kind of operates on this model of charging departments for the service they provide, and it may not, in fact, be a true cost to the GNWT. So perhaps in coming back, the Minister could also clarify a bit about the TSC and what this $30 million mean. Does that mean we are actually spending $30 million? Thank you.
$30 million.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to see if Mr. Brennan can provide further clarification and perhaps a little more detail on the confusion the member's having. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in answer to the member's question is yes, we are spending $32 million. We're spending $10 million on salary. We're spending $20 million on hardware and software, and somewhere in there is a bill to Northwest Tel. I'm not quite sure how much that is. We have various contracts in place, fees and payments that we have.
The contract like I asked, like some but the
$32 million this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at page 253, and I see that there's a couple of new positions that have been added to this activity, and I'm just hoping that the Minister can tell me what those two positions are and where they're located. Thanks, Madam.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The departmental changes for the two for 2022-2023 is a Highways Transportation Officer to ensure that we have highway compliance and safety, and as well as the Occupational Health and Safety Specialist to ensure that we have compliance with regulatory as well as legislative and policy requirements. One is located in Yellowknife, the other one is in Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, so maybe I'll just start with the Occupational Health and Safety position.
The Occupational Health and Safety positions
Are there existing occupational health and safety positions throughout Department of Infrastructure in all the other regions? Why Hay River here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, the decision, I mean, when we look at increasing positions in the regions and here in the Northwest Territories, we try and ensure that we do, to be able to look at things equally by region, and perhaps the decision was, I'm going to see if my Deputy Minister
Asia Rome and Daddy quite that the Honeta can't do Tiago easy Calote here reside Atlantic.
We made that decision based on the fact that we do have an occupational health and safety specialist up in the Beaufort Delta in Inuvik, and we also have one in Yellowknife, so it made sense to have one south of the lake.
Here Beaufort Delta, Yellowknife, because any south of the lake, Keninu Chuditi to Hala here, Rathila.
Get occupational and safety specialists in every region. We recognize that we do perform activities that need that type of oversight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You can give me a promotion. I think I understand something of what these folks do, and it is important work, and we have to make sure that there's a safe workplace for all our employees. But I just wonder how we approach this as a government. Do these people only serve and work? Department
has you order. Because a town did not can DC take a seat Takachu Tikago.
So, yeah, I guess that's a question for the minister here. It's probably more of an issue of how do we approach occupational health and safety.
The health and safety.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So each department is responsible for their own occupational and health safety of their department. I don't think I want to speak to some of the other departments and what and where their occupational health safety positions are. I do want to note, though, Madam Chair, while the member was speaking about a position, the Highway Transportation Officer was a request from the region because there were,
health and safety, as all departments, counties, ko cha kam ko ta ji ze ke na zhe gen de di ka tu le ko di ga ra si tlan.
For Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm going to have to ask some questions of the Minister of Finance then when we get to that department about how our government approaches the issue of occupational health and safety across the whole government, because if different departments are having these occupational health and safety officers and they only serve one department, and it's kind of doesn't seem like there's a coordinated approach. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll have questions then for the Minister of Finance. Highway Transportation Officer, is this new position going to be serving the Toledo all-season road as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Highway Transportation Officers
Madam Chair, yes, that's the plan. But not only that, but to support the other position, and that's located due to some safety issues and regulatory issues. But if I can get Deputy Minister, Mr. Ludet to be able to explain, because I asked that question as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Ludet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a decision, or we wanted to get this position in Yellowknife so that would support the other highway patrol. In Yellowknife is the only area that we have a single highway patrol officer, and we have 60% of the commercial vehicles in the Northwest Territories located. It does require two officers to inspect, and the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission recommends 2 officers.
The Working Commission the down the officer who do the Yellowknife.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Is there any possibility that this position could be located in Edzo? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we looked at that as an option, and that's not the decision that's going to be going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess we'll have a discussion about that, but I think that's all the questions I have on this section. I'm just going to look at my notes. Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members on programs and services? Member for Tabacha.
Program service
Contract services. The actuals for 2020-2021 were $6,302,000, and then we go down on the 2021-22, and then down. Everything else is down to 1.7 million. I'm just wondering why the decrease.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the department had to absorb that as part of our MTS service deficit so that we can stay within some of our authorization stable limits. The other 2.7 that you'll see on page 252 speaks to the department had to observe fuel service division deficit so that we can again stay within some of our stabilization limits. So that's the decrease in that line.
So my second question is, I don't know a lot about MTS, but just from the figures, and so the main contractor is Horsey or whatever, and it's a 3-year contract, am I correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Member, it's okay. Member for Tabacha.
I'm a little bit tired. So, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, would that contract be going out for tender when the time comes?
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that just went out in, I believe, the contract was just awarded in October of 2021. and it is for a 3-year contract. But I'm
Thank you. Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
So the next question I have is on page 253. You have 10 positions allocated for this coming 2022-23. The 10 positions in the South Slavey, how is that divided? For which communities? Thank you, Madam.
10 positions that South Slavey
of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you look at the active positions from 2021, 2022, and then 2022, 2023, there's only an increase. Down is, so we're only increasing it by 2. So the South Slavey will be 10, the Decho 7, the Satu 1, and the Beaufort Delta 7, and the North Slavey 6. That's the breakdown of the position.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I said with the South Slavey positions, there are several South Slavey communities. I want to know how that, well, if we even go to the 9 positions, because we know one is going to Hay River now, so I want to know how that's broken down with the South. How many in Fort Smith? How many in Fort Res? How many? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that all the MTS positions are in Hay River, so that's why you see. Ops, you'll be able to see much more of some of the positions there. But under this section that talks specifically about MTS, that's where the majority of those positions are, because it fits through our fiscal. You'll be able to see some of the other positions equally. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions from members on programs and services? If there are none, please turn to page 252.
252, infrastructure programs expenditure summary 2023 management 16,716,000.
We will now move on to I'm just going to move on to regional operations. And that begins on page 254 with information items on 255 to 250.
54, 255 to 257.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get the total amount we are spending on road salt right now?
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think I said this number yesterday, but it's about almost 400,000.
400,000 long beyond.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I believe the minister is asking for 478,000 more money in road salt, but I'm looking for the total that would bring us up.
Yellowknife North.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I thought the member was asked off the cuff of my head to be able to say how much more we're asking. Our total budget for salt is 1.1 million. Thank you.
1.1 million on it.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
I guess when bringing forward this ask for $500,000 in salt, it seems like a lot. Can I get, what is the temperature we don't put salt on the roads, and for how many months of the year essentially are we not?
Anate sala di sa yi highway kasi yendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's very technical in nature. I don't know what exactly months. I'm going to assume in the winter months.
Haye zoa kandi asi yendi. Kandi go Mr. Bennett hoye ke konde atile zondi.
Provide salt. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we generally use salt between -15 and +5.
-15 +5 ekua kandi desage lukasi yen.
December-ish, and then again in the spring is when we use the majority of our salt. This year has been a cold winter, so I'm willing to bet we never use none since the middle of November because it's been very, very cold, at least in Yellowknife anyway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I guess I'll note that my understanding is that most, if not all of our municipalities don't salt the roads. It's one of the nice things about vehicles up here is they don't rust. And I'm just curious whether we have done any studies of whether this $1 million in salt actually makes the road safer.
1 million esi la si metake lunizuko o jiteketi. Di la si kandi method like you would get shanty.
Whether we are just too far north to actually be spending this much on salt. Have we done any safety standards, or are we just doing this simply because everywhere down south does it?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, product data on any of the alternative products are reviewed on a regular basis. And it's based on environmental impact, it's based on cost of purchase, storage, handling, and application. Challenges identified through high costs of purchase for storage of these alternatives and require dedicated uses, while the salt can be applied by trucks and equipment that are used for other tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll hold off on any more questions about salt. It just seems like a lot of money to spend on salt. Focus months. I have some questions about the highway operations budget here. I'll know previous fiscal, it was at 71 million. This year's fiscal, it's jumped about 14 million, and then we're asking for another 3 million. I think it's fair to say if you went back in time and looked at the highway operations budget, it has a steady increase. It's not getting any.
Highway operations
Phrase this. How about I'll start with what is the $3 million increase getting us here this year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is an increase. 2.5 is for increase in some of the
2.5 diaja. Nijite 85,000. 263 in the industry.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess perhaps that $88 million is not as bad as I thought it was, because I imagine it includes some amortization of things like.
88 million, that's just 71 million.
Yes, I want to move on to contract services here, another line item that I strongly suspect has a pretty steady increase upwards. We're spending $69 million in regional operations.
Contract services 69,000 USD. AGD yana charge 64 million.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The variance. So, I mean, you look at the different line items on the contract services, line 30, 31, and 33, where you talk about the different increases. So the biggest variance is the 2.5 million in contract services that offset increase in expenditures that are being coded to materials and supplies in our regional operations division, which means less contracts were entered into in 2020, 2021 because of the COVID pandemic. The increase of $500,000 is new lease space for the Hay River Health Social Service Authority in Hay River. That's the increase. Another increase of 1.3 is the lease budgets for renewals, as well as the O&M cost escalations. So you look at TSC where we have chargeback.
The 11 charge lagatan tani the government building a rotaki hadisi kasiwai tizaki method la is on out the John Dayan.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to...
The contracts and services were
actually didn't know that leases that the department had would fall under contract services. Can I just... What in this $69 million? Is that the primary driver then, that the leasing money falls under here, or yeah? What are the biggest contracts under this?
69 million ke son ba chi la me te son ba gyo dia yi ne chao de yan.
Madam Chair, I'm going to get no, I'm going to take a stab at this actually. So no, it's okay, we have infrastructure leases, which is about 44%. We have
infrastructure leases, highway maintenance operation. I want
to take a little more clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and the Minister is correct that the biggest driver in here is INF, is our leases that we pay. So we're paying $34 million in leases. Some of our other bigger ones, though, other remaining funds are our highway operations, airport operations, winter road construction, all of those basic marine operations that are not owned forces. That's where the majority of that money is going, though. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
you.
No further questions. I'm sure I'll have questions on the 44% of that money that is leases when we get to the information item. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions under regional operations?
Regional operations, the Batcha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like a rundown of the airport operations of $17,363,000 by community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Port operations, you are judged.
Madam Chair, I don't have that breakdown by community, but airport.
Is due to
amortization expense that was is being miscoded to program services. So in one section we're taking
program service COVID
the travel budget reduction and the other decrease. Collective bargaining agreement increase as well. Those are the higher operational costs. In terms of detail, I don't have that with me right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the airport operations, is that line where they're going to be resurfacing of the runways? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to get clarification. I don't think this is a line item that falls under here. I think federal funding, and I will ask Mr. Brennan to speak about where it falls within the budget, because it was quite complicated, because it is a new initiative under a new federal pot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the runway overlay for the Fort Smith runway is actually in capital, and it's funded by Airport Capital Assistance Program, $15 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Malfoy, did you have questions? Did you have questions?
Yes, thank you. For the regional operations for the highway, active position here, it says for Clecho. This is it says here we're not part of the North Slavey, this one. So I see that, Clecho All-Season Road is open now. And the last fiscal year, or this coming, 21-22, it's 9, and it's still 9 within the new fiscal year. Is that number going to change now with the all-season road open?
Tanete sombatala the Kezia Gulia Gondeality, Clichoke Lu Du Hagare, Takani Toti Hondandi, 257 watt.
Minister?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's not going to change. That's the contractor maintenance part of it. Thank you.
In the contract maintenance,
Okay. And so out of these positions, how many of these are full-time or part-time positions?
Part-time, full-time.
Minister of Infrastructure?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 270 are full-time. There are 13 seasonal and no part-time at this time. Thank you.
270 full-time is young.
Minister, member for Montfouet.
No, it's, the highway from Highway 3, that's the most busy highway. And I'm kind of a little bit surprised we have only 9 active positions, which I thought it would be more than some of the regions when Clecho make up 6% of the population. So I'm just a little bit, why is that there's only 9 positions when that road is busy? That's the most, it's busy all season long. So I'm just asking why there's only 9 and other regions have more than us. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to see if
the
regions are separated based on positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess the factor we're looking at for determining how many people work in what we call a highway beat is the length of the beat. And so there's a Yellowknife camp which goes from the end of Highway 4 out near Tibbet Lake out to approximately Stag River. And then the Clecho camp takes from Stag River out to Chan Lake. And then the Fort Providence camp goes from Chan Lake basically out to Highway 1 near Red Knife. So 9 is basically standard. It's the most we have in any camp in the Northwest Territories. Some of the camps in South Slavey actually only have 7 people, depending on how close they are to other camps. So we don't look at the population of a community when we're determining. We look at the length of the highway and how many people you need to maintain that safely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you. That's at least now I understand. So. So yeah, thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you. Are there any other? Okay, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about highway operations. This year, we all know that there's been fairly heavy snowfall in the territories, which may cause some drainage problems come spring. So I'd just like to ask if there is any work to be undertaken to address, I guess, the drainage and ditching prior to melt. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to see what our plans are going forward, and I have a feeling it might be a capital initiative, but I just want perhaps Gary to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's an interesting question because I think we don't normally do ditching or improve drainage while things are frozen, basically. It's all usually summer activity. But what we did do last year because of the increased amount of, I guess, flooding in the South Slavey region was we did install some culverts around Highway 1, and we also had to repair and improve some bridges on Highway 5. Significant amount of drainage issues, and we did do some inspections at that time as well to see where the drainage issues were. So what we do then is we take those inspections and look at future rehabilitation, including drainage improvements on the highway system. But for this year, I'm not aware of us doing anything before fresh yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about, I guess, airport operations, and this may be capital too, I'm not sure, but upgrading runway lights. And I know there's, there's initiative there, and we've been going through and upgrading, I suspect, LED or something like that. And I'd just like to know how that's going, and if we're looking at doing all the runways, even the small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have a list of different projects that are happening. This year we're doing a bit of work at the airports in Fort Simpson. We're doing some work in Fort Smith. We're doing a little bit of work here. I'm not sure unless the member wants to speak specifically where we're at in Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't think there's any planned upgrades for Yellowknife or for Hay River Airport, which I'm assuming is what the member's referring to here. We did just do a lighting upgrade in Fort Smith 2 years ago, I do believe. But we are looking at all of our airports and trying to convert all of our airports to LED. We generally do that through ACAP funding, so it would be capital applications that we're looking at. And I'm just not sure if there is one in for Hay River or not right now. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this will be, I guess, more of a comment and a suggestion. I just want to put a plug in for Hay River. When I was at the airport the other day, I looked out the runway and I noticed that 2 of the runway lights were kind of off, and it looks like they probably should be straightened out. So whether it's the base that has to be fixed, so I would just maybe check with the guys there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. You got that, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to Hay River for the carnival this weekend, so perhaps if we land, I can make sure that those lights are straightened before I land there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions? Member for Great Slave.
Great Slave.
Madam Chair, I probably won't be as funny as my colleague from Hay River. I just have a quick question, and I get that it would probably be a capital project, but I'm just going to slide it in here. Has there been any further talk about a weigh scale, in Yellowknife to help support the Winter Road? Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good one to sneak in because I don't have the answer right now. Normally with projects of this...
The project is Gulinia the Chumikit and the Kiane, then or demo and Zelagutene, just not take it online.
Member for Great Slave, you can't slide it in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, this has the area that has road licensing and safety. Can the Minister speak to whether or not there's been some assessment of the system that's used for the toll permits and such for the Decho Bridge? I know that it's a little bit onerous and difficult for people that have certain types of vehicles that are not maybe necessarily semis, but do have to purchase the toll. And I know there's been some upgrades around transponders, so I'm just wondering if there's any further work being done there.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Brennan to speak about while I have some water and catch my breath here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member's comment, I haven't, certainly there is no work on the way currently to...
Tiagi comment they go Mazekaya, Timekaya, go out the Kita Hardin, Terakala, Mikala, Diane, Diutula, ki meke sago ti leji zeke.
That would be, I think you can do that online, and we tend to think in our department that our systems are okay online. Once you get logged in, there are some issues with the login process that I think has been identified before.
Kala meke kala ta zeke gun li gani de na hikatul magala ita izeke da yo kaya ti zion di masin.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would offer the department if they'd like to sit down with me, I could tell them what's wrong with their online program. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. If that's all questions, are there any more questions under infrastructure, regional operations? Seeing none, please turn to page 255. Infrastructure, Regional Operations, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $221,649,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. There are additional information items from page 258 to 269. Are there any questions from members in regards to these information items? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to ask a couple questions about leasing. I understand that due to both a cabinet level policy and a public accounting standard that we only enter into leases of less than 5 years, because after 5 years they tend to be
Like I was just saying, you are tied to Kennedy. The car, the somebody got the order KG can't do this KG 134 million. The last K is a KG that the budget G the KG more at the legis. Danny Zago, I need the department situle. You want to kaya the KG. The two more at the KG. And then the Shuka Maganda, that's a case. It's a Kelati Candilo that the machine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to see if Mr. Brennan can speak a little more to the leasing. I see he's got his papers there to be able to explain why the department does not go into further leases. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to clarify one of the members' comments that the $125 million leases, I think $100 million of that is related to Stanton Legacy, which is a capital lease, which is.
You should come and study like research better, like 125 million odd. Go to the Kekakala Sin Dashi. I don't the capital to Keshumet along the end.
That we've ever looked at that to my knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madame. Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, my understanding is what historically has happened is that leasing has been rather decentralized and departments just kind of tell infrastructure what they need. And I guess I'd like the department to speak to any work they might be doing in this area to, centralize it, maybe push back sometimes and say, hey, you don't need this office space. Actually, we're going to move you into this building because it'll save us a bunch of money. And I know there has been some new design standards to perhaps, lower the total number. I'm just wondering if the minister could speak to any work to reduce the costs in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So you look at the leases and it's based on client needs.
Leases the client as you can see the programs that that is a key then that's like I can't even write down the I also write down the key right on it. Hajizin is a case can't down the end.
What works best for the department as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I remember when they built the new government building, there was a lot of talk that, the energy efficiency of this, and it's cheaper to own the build, and I'm sure in order to build it, they had the rent versus own analysis was done. And I'm just wondering, whether we have any plans to build other commercial office space. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's not something we're looking at in the near future. My understanding is that there was just a new government. It's got to be based on need, whether we need the space and whether it's viable to be able to look at lease versus own. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund. I know I've been after the department for some time to start to spend money at the airport, and I understand they're supposed to be completing their third version or third different contractor to produce a master plan by the end of this month, apparently. So what can we actually expect to see any of this money expended in the 22-23 for the airport, and for what? Thanks, Madam Chair.
22-23 这上巴西拉当地没叫这些是对那这个第二波这个。
Thank you, Madam Chair. The airport the airport revolving has a fund. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to look at, we will be investing $2 million in the coming years for the rehabilitation as well as the airfield drainage in relation to some of the ACAP projects. I'm looking to see if Mr. Brennan can add anything further on, where we're at with the
airport operations that can Danny Deka Nigo more than Shante that Mr. Bennett Kalasi Tanyo Chuni then Dulkati.
So I think I have a list right here now. Since 2018, we've spent about $15 million at the Yellowknife Airport on capital programs. Some of that was federally funded through CATSA or through ACAP. We spent about $4 million on various fleets, most recently a $1.4 million fire truck just delivered in December 2021, going to go in service this spring after the appropriate training is completed. And we have another $9 million planned in the next 3 to 5 years of, and that will be various capital projects. And I think the member mentioned the master plan. We are nearing completion of the master plan, and hoping to have that finalized in the next month or so, and the minister has directed us to share that with Stan.
You, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, the airfield fire truck, that's all great, but and important for safety, but I'm thinking of the convenience of travelers now that we're going to reopen for out of territory visitors. Tourism is going to get going again. There is traditional.
The visitors tourism who can organize yet. It's a case at the airport.
Areas aren't big enough. Is any of that? Near the near future through the revolving fund. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask if we can get back to the member in terms of where we're.
The project
some of the stuff that's happening at the YZ airport. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, I look forward to that, and I think there's a lot of people that use the airport that are anxious to know what's going to happen as well. But earlier today, the minister made a statement in the House about restarting the Economic Advisory Committee. I'd understood there was a couple of different committees that were supposed to be set up to provide a little bit more input from the public and airport users and so on. And I don't think they ever were, if they were established, they never really got going and they never really did anything. And there was no reporting back to the public about what was happening. Is there new terms of reference for these, for the advisory committee?
Advisory committee nigi age dilasi terms of reference megase on the county kata legani deni.
Advisory committee, the last time this was done, it was like an old boys club, and I want to avoid that. So what assurance can the minister give me that this is not going to be an old boys club again? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Or Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we did an expression for interest in the fall, and we had a great turnout. We had a number of people with all different skill sets that are interested in being a part of the advisory committee. We are going to bring it up. I went through
The advisory committee ni ta di katana son ko tagedo tikeni the unatu metekaya ti me mo metekara sia dileni.
to cabinet as well to be able to ensure that we have good representation on the committee, a combination of Indigenous, non-Indigenous, women.
Son kan DC that the zinigeni laji teke mekati tazgon.
In terms of airport knowledge, so I mean, I do want to reassure the member that as I'm looking through the applications, there were a lot of good application intake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. Can the minister share that if there's a revised terms of reference and the people that she just signed off on with us as lowly regular MLAs? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely. And I believe
Ministry Zekaya Tita Minister at the end, the car condition and that quite the committee take
to direct some of the master plan for the Yellowknife Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that. Yeah. When this was being discussed in the last assembly, it was very interesting because all the regular Yellowknife MLAs voted against establishing a Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund because we could never get any commitment for accountability, representation on these committees. There was no accountability, nothing. And then, you know, to have now that it's being reestablished, that's great. But a little bit of more input from this side of the House would be appreciated. The last bunch were appointed by the Deputy Minister rather than the Minister, so that sounds like this is going to be a little better. But I anxiously await for this information. Some of us actually pushed for a model much more like the Waste Reduction and Recovery Advisory Committee, where there was a committee actually established in legislation, and the representation is set out there and so on to provide some greater accountability and so on. So I think that's a model that we still have to look at some point in the future. But I'll accept the minister's word. I look forward to getting more information about this as soon as possible, because I think we have to get this on the right track, especially as tourism is going to start again. Thanks. That's all I've got to say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I didn't hear any questions. So if there are any, how many members still want to speak to the information items? I'm just looking at the time that we've been sitting for the interpreters, so I don't want to, if there's only one more person that I have on my list, we can finish that one up and then we can move on to education after we get a break. If there's more, then I'll break now. Okay, so we'll just continue. get this one done. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the Petroleum Products Revolving Fund. And I understand that, you know, we buy some of our fuel that comes down through Alberta and down the valley, and then I think we pick some up on the Pacific Rim. I'm just wondering, I guess, you know, what justifies bringing fuel over from the Pacific Rim? I suspect that, of course, we're saving money. That's probably the bottom line. But is there anything else that pertains to it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's funny, one of the other members asked this on the floor as well, and I remember looking at the answer, and I don't have it in front of me right now, but if I can ask Mr. Brennan to speak a little more about it while I find further information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's a couple of factors going into the decision to purchase fuel from, not from Alberta and bring it over the top, as it's called. I think right now we purchase our fuel through a Glencore in Washington that comes up across the Alaska North Slope. One of the issues that we have with bringing fuel up is obviously we're 100% reliable on rail or road transportation. It's a long way to bring fuel in tankers. So what we've done to try and reduce some of the risk is to bring fuel from a tanker right to the port of Tuk, where it's lighted off into our barges and then barged into the various communities in the Inuvik settlement region. So I think there's a risk analysis that is undertaken that decided to go that way. So last year was our first year, kind of a trial run. We do have a 2-year contract, and then we'll have some options to whether or not we extend the contract or not. So it's not just about prices, although we're constantly trying to reduce the cost of living, especially in the coastal communities. It is also a risk analysis that's done there as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we put risk aside, is the cost pretty well similar, I guess, bringing it both ways, or is there a difference there? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
The minister and the Kikulion
for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the next thing then is that, you know, we've got MTS sitting there, and whether it's we're fully utilizing their assets or not, would it make any sense to if we're paying for the assets and maintenance and that, would it make any sense to you know, not to bring it around from Washington and over the top, but continue to bring it down by rail for any cost savings? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some brought over the top versus the North Slope of Alaska may offer risk management advantages, and I think that's just further to add from Mr. Brennan's comment.
Minister DJ Casey Laka Aromota DJ Casey. Cantia Siteke Tletago Zeniti Leteke Aroma Landedi. Ita Tita Sete Keteke Ranite Kati NTS Kesidi Dia Yeke de Ke. Ita Jiteke Nizaza Kigeteke Klena Disi Teke Gatanda, the Oza Dia Dia de Jiteke Oyandi.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other thing about bringing it over the top is that, you know, I suspect it'll impact, you know, the opportunities for jobs, opportunities for northern business as well. You know, we've got a number of fuel suppliers or middlemen here in the territories, and I wonder if that's taken into account as well as, you know, the impact on employment, the impact on business opportunities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure. I mean, we could predict so, or we could predict not. But I'm going to see if Mr. Brennan can add anything further, just given, a little, he's got.
Deputy Minister
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and that's a good point, and it's actually the discussion that we had this week in talking about this was what are the impacts on MTS? And right now, I think that'll be part of the evaluation process after this coming season. Is what are the impacts? My understanding is that they're negligible because of the way they operate in terms of basically transferring the fuel from the tank from the trains directly into the.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's important that that we try to ensure that we're using northern businesses, we're using northern labor, we're maximizing that. The other thing, I guess, the question is when we do bring it over the top, and we transfer to other barges there in Tuck, are we using MTS barges or are we using somebody else's? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are using MTS barges, and actually it was later in the fall where we, through MTS, assisted some of the local barges to be able to ensure that we have fuel supply for communities such as Inuvik, Tuck, and Aklavik. So we had
Inuvik, Tuck, Aklavik, Yati, go barge target yet. The clear
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I just want to reiterate that, that we do have northern businesses that do invest a lot here in the territories. We have a lot of people up and down the valley that are looking for work. And so I think it's very important when you do your assessment, that we use that as a consideration as well. And I can understand the risk assessment. I've got, I don't really have a problem with that because we don't want any major spills, especially in our rivers or in any waters. So, but just look at all the. I just ask that you look at all the areas when considering how we're going to move fuel. Thank you.
Structure, you're good. Questions? Okay. Member for Montfouet.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I know it's getting late and we're all tired. And I know when I said that we make up 6% of the population, and you said, we don't use the population. But I wanted to ask, 9 positions in Klitschko region. My constituents, they use that road a lot. That's why I said that, because we use the road, and now what is, that also is the road is open. So it would be nice if we can have some of these positions, 47, in North Slavey. And this is the first one that I saw, Klitschko region in this part of your regional operations. Is there any plan that some of those positions can come to Klitschko region in the future? Because that road is busy and we do need.
Thank you, member.
And ask about that. If there's any plan to transfer any of the positions from headquarters to the regions.
So we've already passed all of our activities. We're just on the information pages. So which?
About the position, so I just wanted to ask. I know I'm on page 257, but so that's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
So we've already gone there. So we'll just take that.
Talk to Diane after. Yeah.
We'll leave it at that. Thank you, member from Montfouet. All right, so seeing that we have no more questions for the information items, thank you, members. Please return now to the
2 235 is a KG 236 give me the information the law. Chitle goes out the senior. Adil de from Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. The Chita KG La Carne Zudi. The Department of KG. Mercy. A motion that la target on. Please take it on. Questions that indeed are wrong and nothing. I mean, any that. A motion that it on. The KC limits infrastructure the KC are going to got in that.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses. You may escort.
Witness the KC, the Sergeant Arm escort to chamber and the Lieutenant at the regime.
I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 561-19-2, main estimates 2022-2023. Does the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm here to present the Department of Education, Culture and Employment's main estimates for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $5.159 million, or 1.46%, over the 21-22 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objectives while continuing to meet the GNWT's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include forced growth funding of $778,000, including an additional $645,000 to address the increased demand on the senior citizens supplementary benefit, and $133,000 to address the increased lease costs related to Aurora College. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $1.169 million to support new initiatives. This amount is comprised of $1.01 million to support the continued implementation of the action plan to improve JK-12 student outcomes, $159,000 to fund an additional position to support the Education Act modernization project. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $8.787 million for other adjustments, which primarily includes $1.984 million increase to support the 2021 to 2023 Northwest Territories Teachers Association's collective agreement, $626,000 to implement enhancements to the 2022-2023 school funding framework to address the declining enrollments in Northwest Territories schools and to provide consistent and stable administrative and school support to small schools. $500,000 to continue an infrastructure fund to assist early learning and childcare programs with the cost of property improvement or new construction needed to offer new or expanded licensed programming. $322,000 increase to the Canada NWT French Language Service Agreement. $298,000 to extend the existing Canada Northwest Territories Early Learning and Childcare Bilateral Agreement, $2.777 million for salary cost increases provided by the 2020-2021 Northwest Territories Teachers Association Collective Agreement, $2.684 million for salary increases across ECE related to the 2021 to 2023 UNW Collective Agreement, and $404,000 reduction to travel budgets implemented across the GNWT. The increases are partially offset by a total decrease of $6.308 million, reflecting funding scheduled to sunset March 31st, 2022, which includes $4.255 million for safe return to class funding allocated in response to the pandemic within education operations and educator development, $1.088 million one-time support for NWT students in response to COVID-19 with student financial assistance, $600,000 for one-time COVID-19 support funding, which was federally funded for labor market programs, $115,000 funding associated with Northern Studies expansion, $211,000 establishment of the NWT Community School and Community Child and Youth Care Counselors Phase 3 and 4, a transfer of associated funding from ECE to the Department of Health and Social Services, $33,000 for a portion of funding associated with Northern Distance Learning, and $6,000 for one-time technology setup funding for Quality Assurance Advisor and Student Records Coordinator positions. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have witnesses to bring in?
Yes, I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your left, we have Sam Shannon, Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services, and to your right, John McDonald, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity, beginning with corporate management, starting on page 33 with information items on page 34. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see here that about half of your budget, or $4 million of this budget, is chargebacks. Can I just confirm that that is the TSC chargeback?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. That is correct.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an oddly specific question. So here under EC&E, it lists that you guys are paying TSC $4 million, but then when I go to the infrastructure chargeback for EC&E, it says $5.5 million. Does anyone have an explanation for why there's a $1.5 million difference? And I suspect perhaps it might be that the school boards also charge back TSC, and that's not showing up here, but I may be wrong on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. Aurora College makes up that difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions under corporate management? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see that there's one additional staff member for corporate management. Can the Minister inform us as to where that staff member is going?
Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. That staff member is being added to support the Education Act modernization. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I see that there is not a substantial increase to policy, legislation, and communication for that line item. So is that being funded from within? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I'll just send that over to Mr. Shannon. Thanks.
Thank you. ADM Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The new position that's contemplated in the 22-23 estimates will be located in the Planning, Research and Evaluation Division. This is one of 3 positions as part of the ADAC project. The new one that's being added this upcoming year is in the Finance and Capital Planning. There are 2 existing positions that came in last fiscal year, one located in Policy, Legislation and Communications, and one in Planning, Research and Evaluation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sitting on the Standing Committee for Social Development, we definitely get to spend a lot of time with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment because they do have a lot of legislative initiatives that they are working on. There are a lot that we are also anticipating seeing, one of which was the Education Act. Does the addition of 1 staff give them the human resources that they need to push this work forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So as was noted, we have in previous years increased the staff who are dedicated to this item. And yes, we do have a lot of initiatives and they are across the department. And so they're not all supported directly by corporate services. There are initiatives that are being undertaken by the Labor Division and other areas. So we do have a lot, but it is, we feel as though we can undertake them and do it successfully with the contingent that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just in regards to the Education Act, that was one piece of legislation that we had anticipated seeing in the 19th Assembly. Can the Minister speak to the new timeline that EC is working toward completing that work by? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So we have taken a different approach with the Education Act. I would have loved to get it all done in 4 years and have the brand new modern act, but through our initial engagement, we realized that it's going to take much longer to really overhaul that entire act. And so I expect that we won't see a fully modernized act until sometime in the next Legislative Assembly. However, my hope is that during this Legislative Assembly, we can make some more minor amendments to the Education Act to address some long-standing issues that are, not just housekeeping issues, but not substantive perhaps. But we believe they would make a difference in the years that we are modernizing the rest of the Act. So we're breaking it into 2 phases. The first phase I hope will be complete this year, and this Assembly, and phase 2, my hope is that it would be completed during the next Assembly, but we are fully committed to fully engaging and co-developing with our Indigenous government partners, and so the time is it's unknown when it will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under corporate management from members? Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if this is the section where we can discuss the curriculum change. No, I am booted out then.
Any other questions under corporate management? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just curious with the change that my colleague was mentioning to the new curriculum, are we going to need to see a better or an increase to communications costs in order to get this messaging out there, to assure parents that they're I guess why we've made this change, assure the public why we've gone to this expense? I think there would be I think there's going to be a lot of questions, and I guess I'm just wondering if we need more money for comms. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. Over the years, EC has built up its capacity for communications. And I think it's really been put to the test over the past 2 years with a lot of significant and rapid changes due to the ever-changing environment with COVID. And so I'm confident that we have the ability to communicate that, and I agree with the member that we do need to communicate that. There's a lot of interest in education in every aspect of it, especially a change as large as communications. And so we will be working with the education bodies to ensure that the changes are communicated as they happen over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under corporate management? Okay. Thank you. Our member for Montfouet.
Corporate management, and he did mention the Education Act. So is this where I can mention about the Modernization Education Act? Is that, or do I have to wait?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yep.
Had meetings with him, and then I think Indigenous. Are the Indigenous government organizations are going to be involved with drafting up this legislations?
Thank you, Member. Minister Vicini.
Yes, very much so. I've made that commitment at the Council of Leaders that this would be a very collaborative co-development process, and I believe the first meeting was actually today between the department and the partners in the Council of Leaders. So yes, it will be very, very collaborative. I'm fully committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
That's good. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that. Double check. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so are there any further questions under this section? Seeing none. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $11,264,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now begin Culture, Heritage and Language beginning on page 36 with information items on page 37 to 39. Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I can't stress enough, I think, the importance of this section, and I think we're coming into some sort of decade of awareness around culture, and I'm not quite sure I have that right, but I'm sort of disappointed to see that we're not getting too much more of an increase in funding here to support our northern performers, to our Arts Council. I guess this is on my forefront because I've just been doing a bunch of support letters for the arts funding. So I guess could the minister speak to why we're not really seeing too much of an increase here, and is there an opportunity to perhaps put more funding into these areas of Indigenous languages, et cetera? I am glad to see the increase for the broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you for that. And so there's a few areas here. So we have things like culture and heritage, and we have Indigenous languages. Most of our Indigenous languages funding, or a significant portion of it, comes from the federal government, and we have been negotiating with the federal government for a new agreement. We are don't have that signed off yet, but we expect that we will get an extension of what we currently have. There's been a lot of work in the past number of years on Indigenous languages, and I think it is one of the bright spots in the GNWT. In terms of the culture funding, the funding for the arts, things like that, we are embarking on a review of all of our arts funding as part of the review noted in the art strategy, and that will inform the future funding. So perhaps we can spend the money we have in a more efficient way, or perhaps we want to seek some targeted increases, but that work is underway, and I will reiterate what was mentioned earlier, that the department has a lot of different initiatives right now, and it would be great if we could do everything at once, but the fact is we sort of have to space these things out, and so we prioritize a number of areas, and the work is happening for that, and the work for the work on the art strategy and that sector is it's in the future as laid out in the art strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I do hear good things in amongst the arts community, the ones that do reach out to me. I guess I would like to reiterate a concern I think we raise often, and that is the multi-year funding. And that these are the types of organizations that can benefit from having guaranteed funding for several years versus having to always apply for this funding. This way they can hire staff. They're more guaranteed to be stable. And I do believe now that the NWT Music does have a paid position, where before it was all volunteer, but maybe the Minister could speak a little bit more to whether that seems to be a possibility going forward for that sort of core type of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, and that's exactly the things that we're looking at under the review of the arts strategy, how we can best support organizations. Maybe project funding is not as efficient as a different type of multi-year funding, so that's exactly the type of things we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, this is an area where if we increase some of this funding to these types of programs, we would then see an uptake in regional employment and employment in small communities. I know my colleagues have often raised being able to sell crafts, etc., online. So I guess I'm not sure if I have too much of a question there, but more just of a comment that I think that we could be very smart with the money here. And I guess maybe I'll ask the Minister, what is he doing to ensure that that money is going into the hands of small community artists as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, and perhaps I will hand it to the Deputy Minister for some more detail, but first I will say that we do fund the arts at the second highest level in Canada after the Yukon, so we are providing some significant funding, but in terms of how we support a lot of the small artisans in the territory, which is what the territory is made up of, I can hand it to the Deputy Minister through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, there are a number of arts-specific funding programs that the Department delivers through the Culture and Heritage Division. Those programs include support for northern performers, arts organizations operating contributions, heritage centers contribution programming, and Indigenous cultural organization contributions. As well, there is the Arts Council, and it has funding that is provided through the Council, makes the decisions with regional representation, I should say, about which projects should be approved during 2 intakes each fiscal year. So there is regional representation there, and the priority is for individual artists and so on to make sure that that is going to that sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just to ask a little bit further about the Minister's comment regarding that we are the second highest funded in Canada. I guess my question is that an overall second highest amount, or is that sort of a per capita fund? Because I get my point, or the reason I ask is that if I think it's harder to deliver this type of work in the North, like everything else that we do. So if it is just a sole amount, I don't know that that necessarily makes up for the difficulty maybe for our people to execute program, or our lack of capacity for executing programs and services in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So we fund the arts to the second highest degree per capita. I think one of the differences between our jurisdiction and southern jurisdictions is that there are larger arts entities that can access third-party funding, federal funding, things like that, that a lot of our smaller artisans here can't do just by the fact that they don't have that infrastructure around them. So while the government is providing funding, I think the artists are missing out on other avenues, and we want to capitalize on that, and that's part of one of the goals of the review of through the art strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It always makes me think of something else I want to ask. I guess further to this, I think this is the right area to ask around like our archives and such. And whether or not, I know that there's been, or again, for this lack of capacity that we have in the north or lack of resources, that we're potentially not able to preserve and archive and really utilize the great art that we do have stored at the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre. And when we did do the tour there, that was expressed to us the building is inadequate. So is there money coming federally for us to start taking care of our arts stock better? And I guess I look at the fact that, again, we are not one area or one territory where everything is homogenized inside of it. And so in reality, we have, you know, however many different cultures that each have their unique arts and culture that needs to be preserved. So I guess I know I'm probably pleading to the choir or singing to the choir, but maybe the minister could speak if there's more money coming there. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So through the capital process, we are looking at ways to enhance the ability of the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre to store and display art. There is not the level of federal funding that one might think available for things like this. It's actually quite limited. Generally, museums, art galleries are not 100% funded by a provincial or territorial government. Again, there's other avenues for funding, and so we are exploring, how to perhaps access some of those other avenues, and how we can perhaps tie in with some other projects that might be happening in the territory, and utilize some other facilities. So it is on. There are staff who are working on this, but it is a slow process given the magnitude of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Grace Life.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I really want to see that mukluk and Kamek display or collection that we have at the museum get on display at some point, because it's pretty fantastic. I like what the minister is saying about collaborations, and I think that there's an opportunity to collaborate with Indigenous organizations. I love that we have the art in the airport, that type of thing going on. So I think there's plenty of opportunities. We could have art in our schools, other ways that we could be showcasing that around the city, so that when we do have tourists return, there's something for them to look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that there's a decrease in the NWT Arts Council. Is that decrease going to continue, or are we going to at some point get back to watching live shows and all these other things? And I'm just wondering why there is the decrease. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the NWT Arts Council is showing $700,000 year over year, and the actuals in 2021 were $710,000. Is that what the member is referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. So I believe the Arts Council was just overspent that year by $10,000. Perhaps I can ask Mr. Shannon for some more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not much to add beyond the budget was overspent in that current year, and there have been no budget changes during the course of that time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
The Heritage Centers line, the $491,000. Could you give us a breakdown on the allocations of those funds? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. From what I can recall, the Hay River Museum Society gets $60,000. I believe the center in Tabacha gets $198,000, but I can ask the Deputy Minister for the actual numbers. I believe he's looking at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the numbers for the Heritage Centres are in Fort Smith at the Northern Anthropological and Cultural Society, $198,000. In Norman Wells at the Historical Society it's $118,000. The Hay River Museum Society is $60,000. The Yellowknife Historical Society is $60,000, and the Fort Simpson Historical Society is $55,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
The line for Indigenous language revitalization has gone down from the 2020-2021 actuals by 25,000, and I just wonder how serious this department is in Indigenous languages revitalization when you see a decrease in the mains. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very serious. I'm very passionate about this file, and like I've said, I think there's a lot of good work happening, work that wasn't happening, just 5 years ago. A lot of strides have been made. For some of the details on the funding, I can ask the Deputy Minister to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that, I think, is just an internal move from grants to contributions. So the total amount of funding allocated for Indigenous language revitalization would not have changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
At one of our, Madam Chair, at one of our government operations phone-in shows the whole issue of bonuses for knowing a second language or a second official language was brought up. I just want to hear the explanation if that includes all Indigenous languages or just the French language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So I believe there is some sort of a GNWT policy on languages. I can't say I'm overly familiar with it. The issue that comes up through ECE is often Indigenous language instructors. There are Indigenous language instructors in the schools who might not have education degrees, and so they are not paid at the same rate as teachers who have education degrees. And this is something that the department has brought forward numerous times to the and has brought forward to finance, who has then brought forward to the negotiations with the union. So we are working on trying to ensure that Indigenous languages are valued the way that we believe they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for real clarity, the Indigenous language teachers at the elementary school and the high school in Fort Smith all have degrees from the teacher education program. And are they paid on par with the French teacher at those schools? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll send it to the Deputy Minister for that level of detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luckily, with the recent conclusion of collective bargaining with the Northwest Territories Teachers Association, what I believe the Minister is speaking about has been addressed. So, for example, there is a provision within the collective agreement for a language bonus for Indigenous language instructors. So that's been increased. I think it's a little over $6,000 per year now. As well, in the table, the certification and the salary grid for teachers, the parties agreed to remove the initial step, which was 1 year or less of experience. So Indigenous language instructors are now paid at 2 years or less, which brings them up a pay level and brings them to be equal to other educators within the system with that level of experience and education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions under Culture, Heritage and Languages? Oh, yes, sorry. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I wanted to start off on the travel line item. I see that there was a slight decrease to travel for this item. I'm wondering who within this key activity is doing the most travel, and so would this travel, given what line items are here, would this be mostly in territory travel, and why the decrease? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I can probably ask Mr. Shannon to explain or Mr. McDonald to explain the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned in his opening remarks, ECE's contribution to the government-wide travel reduction was a little over $400,000. In applying that reduction across the department, we looked at the various branches and divisions where staff conduct travel. So where there was previously a larger travel budget available, we made larger cuts to those commensurate to those organizations. So in this activity, the Indigenous language group would be providing travel support to Indigenous language communities, as well as to education bodies for training and things of that nature. So that would be an example of where that would be reduced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the cut then specifically would be in territory travel. I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Well, there may be a possibility that there may have been some out-of-territory travel under this budget, and if that was the case, that would be the first travel that we would look at not doing. So we are prioritizing travel within the territory if we do travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification from the Minister. My next, I guess more of a comment first is, and I know that one of my colleagues mentioned this already, was the significant increase to the Francophone Affairs Secretariat, and that the Indigenous languages portion is still undergoing discussions with the federal government for contributions available for that. Is there a timeline associated with when the department expects to hear about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'd ask Mr. McDonald to answer. Thank you.
Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a bit difficult predicting when we can conclude formal negotiations with the federal government, but we're actually optimistic that we'll be able to complete this fiscal year. And as the Minister, I think, mentioned when responding to a previous question, we're looking for a 3-year extension to the existing Indigenous Languages Agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the next thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly was the Indigenous Languages Broadcasting line item, which is found on page 37. It's been a stagnant number for a number of years now at 878. And the reason I wanted to point this out is in looking at different ways that different areas have been, or different areas of the world have been able to do language revitalization. One of the places that was able to have quite a lot of success was Hawaii, and they found about 50 years ago that they had lost quite a bit of language speakers, and through radio and television broadcasting were able to increase their language speakers by 9 times. And I thought that was really interesting, and so I'm wondering if there is an intent to increase this line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. In this current year, there is not an intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the things that I think is really exciting is the opportunity for young kids to hear the languages that they're learning in schools or from family members on TVs, on the radio and such. And so I'm wondering if there is I know there's not a line increase this year. I'm wondering if there is intent to add to this line item or grow this line item in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So there is Indigenous language programming on the radio, and it is much appreciated, and I know that we utilize it every time we need to get information out to Indigenous communities. But while this line item might be stagnant, the way that people can communicate has changed over the years, and so Facebook, YouTube, there are other ways that people now communicate, and I'm not sure that a focus on radio is necessarily the way to go. That being said, I can ask the Deputy Minister if there's been any conversations in the department, because I could be totally off base. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are, I should back up and say that a number of our initiatives under Indigenous languages all link back to our Indigenous languages strategy and action plan, which was built upon engagements with Indigenous governments and organizations and other partners. Those actions include funding for broadcasting societies, for radio, community radio. Those are different budget lines. And there are also funding that's provided to create regional resources, products, apps. They've been used for applications, for phones and for tablets and so on and so forth. So there are various funding streams that allow for these types of innovative solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can, and I know that this is slightly out of scope of the budget a little bit, but maybe not so much. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what kind of work the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat does with ITI as far as their film division and building Indigenous languages into films coming out of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I'll pass that to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be honest, not a huge amount of interdepartmental work on that issue has occurred in the past, but it is an area of opportunity. One of the things that the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat has done of late is establish a new committee across government with all departments. So Indigenous language coordinators in each department now have a forum to meet regularly with IELTS staff, share information, provide feedback on initiatives, and to move the needle forward in terms of the ability of departments and agencies to provide services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet, did you have questions for this section?
Yeah, here. Indigenous languages revitalizations. And you're tired. It says, can you clarify that for us, please? What does that mean? It's because you said development towards Indigenous language diploma program, etc.
Thank you. Member Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So under the Indigenous languages line, there's a number of different initiatives that are taking place. The member is correct that there's work being done to develop an Indigenous languages diploma. We have a mentor apprentice program. Perhaps I can get the Deputy Minister to go into detail on some of the number of programs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, it's through the Indigenous Language Action Plan, which is broken into really two parts. One part is on revitalization, and the other part is on services. And over the past number of years, as EC has been implementing that action plan, the focus has been on revitalization. Because there's an urgent need to arrest the decline in languages in various language communities across the territory. So under that action plan, the number of actions that the Minister referenced, such as the Mentor Apprentice Program, are meant to do just that. So in that case, that's a program that ECE uses to partner with 6 Indigenous governments and organizations to provide training and support for a mentor in the language to work with an apprentice. And there are currently 66 pairs working on that program right now across the territory. And in fact, that group will be graduating later this month. And there's a high success rate, and the performance indicators are really showing some success. So that's an example of revitalization. So I'll stop there unless there are other questions, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet, did you have any follow-up questions?
No. So I'm just wondering, because we heard from educators many times too that in order to maintain your language, you have to start at the lower level. And like right now with the daycare, can they access this money as well, this funds? The daycare or Indigenous daycare in the outlying communities or daycare here, are they eligible to access?
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I will hand it to the Deputy Minister, but first I will say that we are embarking down a path towards universal childcare, and part of that includes ensuring that we have a proper framework to guide us. And one of the pillars of that framework is going to be ensuring that all childcare is culturally appropriate. And so that is going to be one of our focuses. In terms of the funding available, I can ask the Deputy Minister for some more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to specifically answer the members' questions, the early learning and childcare funding and the Indigenous languages funding are distinct. So a licensed program offering childcare would not be accessing the types of programs and services offered for Indigenous languages. But with that being said, as the Minister mentioned, the existing early learning and childcare funding that the department has includes funding grants for cultural and language programming, as well as other activities such as training. And there is what's known as an early learning framework, which is essentially a culturally representative, I don't want to say curriculum, but it's a framework for instruction within licensed programs across the territory. So that's still in a pilot stage, but once that becomes finalized, there's an opportunity for licensed programs across the territory to use that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under culture, heritage, and language? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at these numbers, and I noticed that if you add up the Arts Council, support to Northern Performers, Arts Organization, Operating Fund, and there was one more in there. But anyways, they come out to about 1.6 million. And then we have heritage centers. Like I understand, putting a lot of money to a lot of funding to the arts councils and to the performers and organizations. I think it is very important. But just as important as well is heritage centers. We have in heritage centers throughout the territories, we have artwork, we have carvings, we have all kinds of exhibits and artifacts that are not being looked after properly because of lack of funding. They're there, sitting there, and it's cold out and the heat's turned off, so we've got to put more money to it. And I heard the minister say as well that it's just not that easy to get money for the heritage centers. And one thing I'd like to see is that we look at that number, and in this budget here, we should see it. Like I would like to see an increase anyway in that area, and also maybe a one-time shot to some of them, just so that they could hire more people and maybe look at sourcing other funds. So is there any? I just asked the minister if there's anything that could be done in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So the numbers in the budget are what's in the budget. So there are no increases this year. That being said, the numbers in here don't represent the totality of the funding that heritage centers receive from the GNWT. The ITI also provides funding to heritage centers. It's not specific for heritage centers, but they can and have accessed ITI funding a number of times to undertake capital upgrades to their facilities and whatnot. But the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre also provides in-kind support. So we have staff from the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre that will go to heritage centres and help them with their, ensure that the way that they are handling, displaying, storing their collections is appropriate. But that being said, this number, this $491,000, hasn't increased in a number of years, and I don't think I've met anyone who knows how many years since it's increased. So it's in the double digits for sure, over 10 years. So I think at some point in the near future, it is probably due for an increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I know, you know, we've got artists out there, you know, and some of them have passed on, like Don Cardinal. We have, you know, other ones there as well, like Antoine Mountain, Archie Beaulieu. We got Kalinda Cardinal. We've got, you know, Sonny McDonald, and you know, they've got, well, we see his work sitting here near the Speaker's chair, and I think that it's, you know, we talk about, you know, that you know, the museum can provide supports, but we've talked about that for a couple of years, and I still see the artifacts, I still see the objects and that's exhibits sitting there in Hay River in the cold, and it's deteriorating, and I don't think we're really serious about it. I look around this building here, the artwork that's in here, it's magnificent, and it should be shown, it should be out there. And I know the minister and I had a discussion about, you know, hopefully sourcing funding to put up a building up possibly in Hay River to showcase this, and for the Northwest Territories. And I think the Premier might be in on that one, but it's something that you know, we have to really take serious, because we have a lot here, and I just don't want to see it lost, because it is our history. You know, we have artists who have passed, we have artists who are still alive and still producing, and we have emerging artists, and we have to make sure that we you know, we preserve what they create. So I just ask the minister to keep that in mind as well. I just want to talk about Indigenous languages and revitalization, and I see there's 200,000 there. I guess I'd ask with that, has any of that money gone to supporting any revitalization of the Michif language in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So the 200,000 specifically is for the development of an Indigenous languages diploma program, but we do have a much larger pot of money for Indigenous languages. Perhaps I can ask. No. So the answer would be no. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And has there ever been any interest showing from any of the Indigenous organization with respect to looking for funding for the Michif language? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I don't have that level of detail with me.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just have to, work with my colleague from the DECHO, and we'll have to push that, and also colleague from the BACHA, can't forget her, and try and get some of the Métis organizations to maybe access some of that funding. Thank you. That's just a comment. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions under culture, heritage, and language? Member for Decho.
Yeah, I don't have too many questions here. I'm just struck by when they mentioned the MAP program, the Mentor Apprenticeship Program, and that we don't have a line item for it in here. So is there any specific budget going to this, and how does that program work? If I could get some clarification, and Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And yes, we don't have all of the programs broken out in here, but it does have funding associated with it. Perhaps I can ask Mr. McDonald for the details on exactly how that funding is distributed and how the program works. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Mentor Apprentice Program it's in its second year of operation, which is still considered a pilot. So after 1 year, It was expanded based on feedback and a program evaluation that was conducted. So as I mentioned earlier, there are now 6 Indigenous governments and 6 languages being supported through that program. So there is an annual allocation right now of $300,000 for that program. And that program is an annual intake where ECE provides support for mentors and apprentices to come together. So those funding provides for training supports and information for those pairs, funding for them to participate and to work together to have that time with the mentor language speaker. It provides funding for individuals to support those pairs and to provide language expertise and instructional expertise, and so on and so forth. So it's essentially a program that runs over the course of a year. So for example, for the upcoming year, there will be a call for individuals to apply, and they'll be able to apply in the spring. They'll be onboarded through training, and then they'll have coursework and opportunities to work together in pairs over the course of the year and speak the language and develop language proficiency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci for that. I'm just wondering which organizations you would work with in the communities to advance this. It sounds like a real well thought out program to really encourage the speakers of the languages. I don't know what you actually pay a mentor for their services, but I'm just wondering if if you had lots of turnovers in this and whether there was any complaints about any of the pay. 'Cause I don't know what they're getting paid right now, but merci.
Thank you. Minister of ECD.
Thank you. And so we work with the Indigenous governments. That's who our partners are on this. The mentors receive, the starting compensation rate is $25 an hour, and the apprentices receive $20 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Yeah, merci for that. I'm just wondering, if we can look at increasing that, because even for us as we get CAs and all government positions that I think I'm aware of, they started at about $30 an hour. So I just wonder if there'd be consideration for, in order to have a real good program, and people want to be committed to it, right? So we don't, put the money there, it won't be as successful. That's what I would think anyways, Masi.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions? No. Okay. Are there any further questions under cultural heritage and language? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So on September 17th, 2021, the new art strategy was released, and it doesn't look like there is no changes to any of the contributions on page 37. So when might we expect to see some changes in, even culture, heritage, and languages budget that reflects the new art strategy? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ECD.
Thank you. So it could be the next budget. The program evaluation is happening, and I'm of two minds of these strategies. Do I just do the work without telling anyone what we're doing, or do we release something that is very high level so that people know what we're doing, but then I get criticized for not having dollars attached to it? And so I've opted to put something out there so that people know what we're doing and know where we're going. And so right now the programs are being evaluated. There is a budgeting process that happens throughout the year, and so if there's an opportunity to perhaps increase some of those numbers or perhaps change some of those numbers, none of our arts funding programs were designed with an evaluation component, so we really don't know how they're doing. There's no way for us to look at them and say, yes, this money is well spent. So we want to do that work, ensure that what we're doing is appropriate, and if not, adjust as necessary. And if we find that an investment is makes a huge difference, and we'd be crazy not to increase that funding, then we can pursue those types of changes. But I understand the members' frustration, but we are looking at the programs and determining if we need new money and how that money would be spent and where it would go. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I know the minister was on this side of the House in the last assembly and saw lots of different strategies. Once in a while you might actually see one that actually had some dollar figures attached to it, but pretty rare. But you know, here significant amount of time, I know even committee time went into reviewing draft of the strategy. Not that that was really reflected in the strategy, but you know, we put a lot of time and effort into this, and then we just get the same thing in the next budget. Then the minister talks about how well we're reviewing things within the department. Is that part of the government renewal initiative? Because I've seen zero results from that effort so far. Zero, nothing. No inventories, nothing. But I understood that education, culture, and employment was supposed to be one of the first departments. Still haven't seen anything. Is that what the minister is talking about here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. No, I'm not talking about the government renewal initiative. As the member may recall, the art strategy included a number of actions in there. The first action, sort of the foundational action, was to review the current programs that we have. And again, that work could have been done prior to a strategy being released, and we could have released the strategy with the reviews done, you know, perhaps this year or sometime next year. But we decided to do it in that order. And so we know what we have. We know what our inventory of arts funding is, our programs are, and we are going to review those as part of the art strategy, not as part of a broader government renewal initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just my disappointment with not seeing any changes here about this after developing the art strategy. Can the minister tell me if there's any increases in funding for the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre in here? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ECNE.
Thank you. And I will also comment that I've had discussions with the department about trying to align strategies with budgeting processes. So if we release a strategy in September, the budgeting, we're almost too late to develop new initiatives and get that funding in there. So there are challenges with that as well, though. We are pretty thin in all positions in the GNWT. We're generally one person deep, and so you know, when we have a number of different reviews happening, it's hard to get them all done at one time so they all align with the budgeting process. But I am very much alive to the members' concerns, and they are my concerns as well. So we are working on that. But in terms of the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, I can say that there is a revenue study that's underway to determine how we can find more funds, how we can increase the revenue and perhaps better support it. But in terms of how the Heritage Centre is funded, I can ask the Deputy Minister for that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister indicated, the Prince of Wales Centre has not received an increase of funding. But to maybe expand on that comment about the revenue study, this is meant to be the final component of a more comprehensive planning study to look at the museum. The member may recall that ECE embarked on, with the assistance of infrastructure and a contractor, an analysis of the midlife retrofit for the Prince of Wales, and the initial figures that came back were significant, 160 to 170 million required. We revised those numbers down to look at a more realistic expenditure, which was somewhere in the neighborhood of 50-60 million. And at this point, the revenue study is meant to try to find ways in which the those costs could be offset with ongoing revenue through the museum itself. So we're anticipating that that will be complete by the end of this fiscal year, and that will feed into future discussions around the Prince of Wales. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frim Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, I look forward to this revenue study, although I must say I'm a bit skeptical that charging admission to Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre is really going to generate a lot of revenue. But you know, maybe I could be surprised. Well, just as my colleagues from Hay River and Fort Smith have said, you know, we need to invest, I think, more in heritage. And the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre does actually serve as the Northwest Territories Archives. We have legal obligations to manage the records of the government of the Northwest Territories in a way that's going to protect and preserve them for future generations. And I don't think the archives right now cuts that. And for anybody who has had a tour, and I've been over there many times and a couple of times as a regular MLA, you know, the facility is not in very good shape. And I think we're at risk of not meeting our basic legal obligations in terms of protecting the heritage of the Northwest Territories there. So anyways, the minister's heard me about all of this before, and I just don't get a sense that anything's changing. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm surprised my colleague from Frame Lake didn't ask it. Is there any update on renaming the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre? And maybe we could consider asking the Prince of Wales to pay for that $170 million upgrade if he wants to keep his name on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So the idea was to look at the revenue study, figure out how we are going to support the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre to fulfill our legal obligations to store archives, and wrap it all up in one package with a name change. And so that work is all happening. And I will say that, you know, a revenue study is looking at more than just charging admissions. I mean, you could look at the number of people through the door and multiply that by 2, and then you know how much you would make for charging people $2 to get into the Heritage Centre. So it's more than that. It's looking at you know, things such as rental spaces, gift shops, but primarily what I think might be the biggest thing is the third-party funding. We are the only jurisdiction that funds their museum 100% from the government. Generally, these are not funded by government, but third parties. And so the hope would be that we could access some things like that in terms of you know, the archives and perhaps future art galleries. We're also looking at the growth of Aurora College and what that might mean when we look at new polytechnic facilities. So all that to say that things are proceeding quite slowly, and I feel the members' frustration, but that is the pace of government, and I will apologize for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under culture, heritage, and language? Okay. Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 36. Education, culture, and employment, culture, heritage, and language operation expenditure summary 2022-2023 main estimates $21,251,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. All right, so we will move on to early learning and childcare beginning on page 41 with information items on page 42, 43. Questions? No questions? Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister just explain to me why we just signed a big agreement with Canada for early learning and childcare agreement, but there's no increase here? Is that just because that money has to come forward in a SUP? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of EC&E.
That's correct. If I may use the member's time to clarify my statement earlier, I'm not apologizing for the pace of the work that we do in terms of saying that we are slow and employees are slow. I'm saying that it's a big job, and that's why it takes a long time. It's just government. But people are working hard on all of these things that the members are bringing up. And yes, the member is correct that the agreement was signed well after this was finalized by the printers, so we will have to get that money through a different method. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I look forward to seeing this up going forward to this fiscal that we're reviewing now, I guess next fiscal, and I'll have a number of questions then. But it's my understanding that we're actually hoping to reimburse some people who have already paid childcare costs in this calendar year. Can I just get an update of how that work is going and when we expect that to occur? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So I will be having a discussion with the federal minister in a public forum in the coming days, and we'll be discussing what the program is going to look like as it rolls out. So I'll be happy to have those conversations at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on early learning and childcare? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was happy on page 42 to see a substantial increase to the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund. I'm wondering if the Minister can let us know how many communities do not currently have licensed childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I'm not sure what the number today is. It does vary between 11 and 13, and so I suspect that it's still between 11 and 13, and it looks like it's 13 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Building infrastructure in the NWT is very, very expensive, and childcare facilities are not immune to the costs of building. And so I know that using existing structures, our infrastructure, especially in smaller communities, is key. So I'm wondering if the Minister knows if the policy work to be able to run licensed day homes out of public housing has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I believe that work is still underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, I know that this is not NWT Housing Corp's day. This is something that definitely has an impact on childcare in communities. Does the Minister of ECE know when this work will be complete?
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. No, I don't, but I want to temper everyone's expectation that this is, I don't think this will be a silver bullet, and I think in fact there might be very few units that might even be available for licensed childcare. So the work is underway, but we don't have an anticipated completion date yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're good. Any other questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with the increase or the look at the money coming in and the plans for the future, I also have concern about the licensed daycare spaces or childcare spaces in communities. Is there going to be an opportunity or a way that family members can access funding from through this new federal funding to provide that daycare for their own, grandchildren or nieces and nephews? I would rather we paid family members to take care of their children versus people having to go out necessarily and work, or grandparents that are just doing it at their own expense. I think that there's definitely a way we could be funneling some of that money into a sort of a unique program like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And there's not a way unless the family members get licensed. So the agreement is specifically for licensed childcare, and we don't have the ability to fund unlicensed childcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there potentially a way to carve off a chunk of money that then could be provided as a support to people or even through an NGO type organization so that I guess I get really hung up again on, you know, we are a small territory with lacking capacity. I don't want us to sit here with money that doesn't get spent because there isn't those, and I mean, I know it would get spent somewhere, but it would probably get spent somewhere in a community like Yellowknife versus in, you know, Paulatuck, right? So to me, the amount of spaces like this we'd be talking about would be probably fairly small. And I guess I just feel that this is at least a solution to bridge through until we maybe can have a day where we actually have those licensed daycare spaces in those communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you, and I hear the members' comments. I guess I have to say that we have focused on licensed childcare spaces even through our own programs, and sometimes we do have to pick a lane and stick with it, and I think that our efforts are focused on licensed childcare centers and supporting people who are providing childcare in a community without an unlicensed center, but as if they were a licensed center. So, you know, there are babysitters in communities where you drop your kids off, but they aren't licensed, and so when we learn about that, we do our best to help them become licensed, and we have funding to help them make the renovations that they need to make. So our efforts are focused on supporting licensed childcare centers and helping people become licensed. That being said, I completely understand the members' comments, and in a perfect world, yes, we'd be able to do that, but that's not the direction that we're going. So thank you.
Thank you. Minister, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the Minister's comments, and perhaps I have to find a different department to press for this type of funding through a social program. I guess with the Minister's comments then about trying to help unlicensed spaces become licensed, what then they run into that hurdle is the building code and the fire marshal and all of that good stuff, which we've heard lots about in this House. So I guess can the Minister speak to how do we, or does the department help spaces that perhaps aren't ideal become licensed in that case? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So there are regional early learning and childcare coordinators or consultants in every region, and those are the people on the ground who people can reach out to have those conversations. We also have, like as I mentioned, some monetary supports, and we are, as part of the move towards a universal system of childcare, we are looking at the supports that we do provide and determining if that's the best way to provide those supports. And so we could see some changes in the way we roll that funding out as well to make these types of changes that the member is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, anything further? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I know that we had a supplementary appropriation, a couple of them tabled earlier today. One contains some information about the new federal agreement, so I'm not going to ask any questions about that here because I think they're more appropriate for the SUP. But I do have a few questions about what's before us in the main estimates. On page 41, there's it's about a $100,000 increase in purchase services. And can someone explain to me what's going on there? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So that is related to the extension of the Canada NWT agreement on early learning and childcare, so not the Canada-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. What do we get for the $100,000? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'll do what I should have done in the first place, and I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer. Thanks.
Deputy Minister, what do we get for that money?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that case, that money is provided primarily for support for training of early childhood educators working within licensed programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that. There's just a couple of smaller changes on page 42 under grants. The early childhood program grants going up $35,000, while the early childhood scholarships are going down by $15,000. Yeah, normally we don't really see a lot of movement in these sections, so is there an explanation there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I believe the grants were, perhaps I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Minister MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just believe those are year-over-year changes to funding to actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything further, but yeah.
Are there any further questions under this section? Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. My question's in relation to the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund. I believe you had an application process out earlier in the year, I believe, or last year for to apply for early childhood infrastructure funding. And that one was to preserve existing centers, also to create new licensed daycare centers. I'm just wondering if this program would help an organization build a new infrastructure from the ground up. Merci.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Yeah, it would help. It's unlikely that it would fund the entire thing, but a number of the projects, or I know at least one of the projects, was a brand new build, and that was the one in Fort Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
And your application process, I'm just thinking about the small communities where we never get anything like this in there because of the, I don't know, the limitations with the amount of available organizations or volunteers or whatever it is, or for that matter, qualified people. Your application process, I'm just wondering if there's been any applications, any interest from the small communities like Fort Providence, Reserve, Coquisa, all the small communities I'm mentioning about. Merci.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
I believe that Fort Providence actually has an application in. We've supported project in Dene, and we do prioritize small communities, understanding that it's generally small communities who really lack the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
No further questions. Merci.
Right. Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, given that I don't think there's anybody else on your list, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. And we'll see you tomorrow.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering bills 23, 29, 38, Minister Statement 202, Table Document 561, 567, 578, 579, and would like to report progress with one motion adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Cam Lake. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to budget address, day 7 of 7, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for the first reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, and 38, minister statement 202-19-2, table documents 561 and 567-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.